Good morning, everybody. We are about to start. We will start in 5 minutes. May we request again the members of the processional to please proceed outside of the hall. Thank you. Hello, everybody. We would like to apologize for the delay with the start of the program. Since we're starting, going back to normal, this is our first time again to have a hybrid event, and we're just having some difficulty with our videos online. For now, I would like to mention to everybody we have free-flowing coffee, okay, and water. And again, we would like to apologize sincerely for the delay. We will try our best to start in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology. This year's theme is Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity through Collaborations and Industry Linkages. My name is Caleb Don Conyate, and I will be one of your hosts for today's program. To help manage the activities we prepared for you today, please join me in welcoming my co-host, Ms. Rona May Trinidad. Good morning, Ms. Rona.
Good morning, Sir Caleb. Magandang umaga sa lahat. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be given the opportunity to greet you a warm welcome. The PSM Board of Directors hopes that you'll find the proceedings enriching and fruitful.
To give everyone an idea of what to expect for the entire convention, we'll be giving a short overview of the activities for each day. For today, day 1, we'll have the keynote message of our invited guest, one plenary lecture, announcement of winners for the PSM Awards, the opening of our posters exhibit area, a tour of our posters and sponsors exhibits, the rapid talks, the business meeting, and the awaited virtual fellowship night.
Day 2 activities include 2 plenary lectures, 2 parallel technical sessions, and the closing ceremonies where we will welcome our new president and new board of directors for the next fiscal year.
We would like to encourage everyone to nominate PSM members for the PSM Board of Directors for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. Nomination is now open. For the online participants, electronic nomination forms may be accessed through the election corner in the virtual convention lobby from the website. For our attendees on site, kindly scan the QR code that can be found on each table.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you that you please stand and direct your attention on the screen for the singing of the national anthem and the invocation. Let us all welcome Trinity University of Asia Chorale, who will lead us in singing Lupang Hinirang, and Father Dexter Tadawan for the invocation.
Bayang magiliw, sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuwing ka nang magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisi. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mabuha, may dilakang tula at awit sa pagrayang minamahal. Ang isang ng watawan mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailang pamay magdidilim. Lumay ng araw ng buwan ating pagsinta. Buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng pagmay mga ate.
I invite everyone to pray with me. Let us join our hearts and minds as we thank God for all His blessings and ask His guidance for this convention. Almighty God, Father of all mercies, we, your unworthy servants, give you humble thanks for all your goodness and loving kindness to us and to all you have made, especially for the blessings and guidance you bestowed to the Philippine Society for Microbiology. We also thank you, good Lord, for this beautiful day. We praise your holy name for these wonderful people offering themselves as servants of you and your people. We ask you to please forgive our sins and make us more worthy of your love and blessings. Please guide and bless this 52nd annual convention and scientific meeting with the theme Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity through Collaborations and Industry Linkages. We beseech thee, O Lord, to bless and guide them as they pursue their goal as an organization. All this we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you to Coral and Father Tadawan. Good morning. I am Jeremy Miles Marquez, one of your Master of Ceremonies for today. As we open this year's convention, let us all welcome our PSM founders, PSM regional chapter presidents, PSM past presidents, chair of the Microbiology Consortium of the Philippines, chair of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology, and awardees and the PSM National Board of Directors. Presenting the founders of the Philippine Society for Microbiology, Dr. Aida F. Dalmasio, and Dr. Asuncion K. Remundo, who will be joining us online. Followed by the PSM Regional Chapter Presidents, Dr. Lilian Glanelia of the PSM Visayas Chapter, Dr. Lynn Esther E. Rilos of the PSM Mindanao Chapter, and Professor Arnel S. Cardinel of the PSM Bicol Chapter. Now, let us all present our PSM past presidents. Dr. Saturnina C. Halos, who will be joining us online. Dr. Esperanza C. Cabrera. Dr. Rodora S. Carlos. Dr. Maribel L. Junicio Sese. Dr. Maria Auxilia Siringan, Dr. Francisco B. Elegado, Dr. Jessica F. Simbahan, Dr. Glenn R. Ricaforte, Dr. Veronica P. Migo, Dr. Leslie Michelle M. Dalmasio, and Professor Joel C. Cornista. Now, we would like to call the chair of the Microbiology Consortium of the Philippines and PSM past president, Dr. Windel L. Rivera. and the Chair of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology, Dr. Anna A. Bernal. We would like to welcome our PSM awardees, Mr. Ninoy Cahayon of ESCO Philippines, and Dr. Ana Lantican, awardee for the PSM Professor William L. Fernandez for excellence in teaching microbiology. Now, presenting the National Board of Directors for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. For the Cluster 2 Division representatives, led by Professor Kathleen V. Pahoyo, Chair and Division Representative for Industrial Microbiology. Dr. Pierangeli G. Vital, Division Representative for Aquatic Microbiology. Professor Johanna Ratio T. San Pedro, Division Representative for Environmental Microbiology. Professor Hannah J. F. Dean, Division Representative for Agricultural Microbiology. Let us welcome the Cluster 1 Division representatives, led by Professor Edison J. A. Pagoso, Chair and Division Representative for Basic Microbiology. Dr. Llewellyn S. Moron Espiritu, Division Representative for Medical Microbiology. Dr. Crisanto M. Lopez, Division Representative for Food Microbiology. Professor Emerson M. Cruz, Division Representative for Veterinary Microbiology. And Professor Angela Melissa A. Carlos, Division Representative for Microbiology Education. Now, let's call on the members of the Executive Board. Led by Dr. Maria P. De Leon, Liaison Officer and PSM Past President. Dr. Donna May D. Papa, Ex-Officio. Dr. Hill M. Penuliar, Public Relations Officer. Dr. Ronilo Jose D. Flores, Business Manager. Dr. Elizabeth C. Conde, Auditor. Dr. Orcela G. Bigol, Treasurer. Professor Mary Christine A. Cada, Recording Secretary. Professor Carmela Vanette V. Vicera, Corresponding Secretary. And Dr. Thaddeus M. Carvajal, Vice President and Incoming President. Now, we call on our guest speakers together with the current President of PSM, Professor Julian Michael Cox. Dr. Doralyn Dalisay. Dr. Homer Pantua. And Dr. Howell T. Ho. Guests, speakers, participants. Ladies and gentlemen, the PSM National Board of Directors, together with the PAM Chair and the PSM Regional Chapter Presidents, welcomes you to its the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting.
the welcome remarks, may I call on the PSM President, Dr. Howell T. Ho.
Good morning, everybody. So may I have my slides, please? So I would like to welcome everybody to the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting. Next slide, please. With the theme, Microbiology for Unity, Prosperity through Collaborations and Industry Linkages. And I hope you enjoy the program. Next slide, please. The United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is one of the main reasons why we have our theme for this year. Next slide, please. And at the heart of the 2030 Agenda are 5 critical dimensions. Next slide, please. That's people, prosperity, peace, partnership, and planet. Next slide, please. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, I think we felt the importance of the need for sustainable development. Next slide, please. For people, we have to look into the quality of microbial education and research and the use of microbes for food production as well as to promote health and well-being. Next slide, please. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Microbiology Consortium of the Philippines, led by Dr. Rivera, and thank you for their efforts in developing the different institutions towards great education in microbiology in the Philippines. Next slide, please. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology, led by Dr. Ena Bernal, without which we would not have our registered microbiologists. Next slide, please. Together, let us expand and promote the study of microbiology. And, through partnerships, PSM would like to foster linkages and cooperation among microbiology and biotechnology organizations, as well as microbiology industries. Let us value collaboration of organizations, both locally, regionally, and internationally. Let us emphasize the current significance and relevance of industry partnerships, linkages, and cooperation. And this was highlighted with a meeting with the different chapter presidents yesterday. Let us look at the promotion of peace by strengthening organizations, promoting inclusivity, justice, and peaceful technologies. And let us value the need for proper handling of microorganisms through promotion of sound biosafety and biosecurity practices. Let us look at the concerns for the planet and look at applications of microbiology for clean water sanitation, for responsible industrial applications, as well as environmental, aquatic, and agricultural applications. Let us think about how to become prosperous through microbiological applications in clean energy, economic growth, industrial innovations, and reducing inequalities, as well as creating sustainable cities and communities. And of course, let us seek and contribute through application of microbiology to sustainable development. I welcome you to the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting through the PSM 52 website for those that are online, and here in Hilton, Manila for those that are on site. So I invite you to be one with PSM as we celebrate sustainable communities through microbiology and enjoy the 2-day convention. Thank you very much.
the inspiring message. To start our program, we would like to first call Dr. Jessica Simbahan to introduce our keynote speaker. Without further ado, let us give a warm virtual round of applause to Dr. Jessica Simbahan.
Distinguished guests, past and present PSM officers, colleagues, and it's with great pleasure that I introduce to you today our guest speaker. Dr. Ebora obtained his BS in Agriculture, major in Entomology, and his MS in Entomology, major in Insect Pathology / Microbial Control from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. It was at that time that BT corn was just seeping into Philippine consciousness, and his fields of interest was very timely. He also completed a postgraduate university course in microbiology at Osaka University before pursuing his PhD in entomology at Michigan State University in the US. He was also a visiting fellow on intellectual property management / technology transfer at the International Service for the Acquisition of Agri-Biotech Applications, or ISAA, a Mary Center at the Department of Plant Breeding, Cornell University, USA. He was also a research professor at UPLB. Dr. Ebora was the executive director of the DOST, Philippine Council for Advanced Science and Technology Research and Development, or DOST-PCASTARD, from 2005 to 2010 before becoming the director of biotech, UPLB, from 2010 to 2015. He was then appointed acting director of the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCARD. Since March of 2019, he became the Council's executive director until present. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting his plenary talk online, please welcome Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora.
Dr. Howell Ho, PSM President, Dr. Thaddeus Carbajal, PSM Vice President, January Committee Chair of this year's annual convention. Members of the PSM Board of Directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It is an honor and privilege for me to be invited to the Philippine Society for Microbiology to speak before you on the theme of this year's scientific meeting, microbiology, community, and experiment through collaboration with industry. I have decided to share with you today our views and perspective on this year's theme and focus on our actual experiences at the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources Research and Development, or DOST-PCARD. Thus, my talk, with significant inputs from my colleagues from the Council, is titled Advancing the Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resources, or AANR sector through collaboration and industry linkages in microbiology. Let me introduce to you the DOST-PCARD. PCARD is one of the sectoral planning councils of the DOST, mandated to formulate policies, plans, and programs for science and technology-based R&D in the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources, or AANR sector. The Council coordinates, evaluates, and monitors the national R&D efforts in AANR. It also allocates government and external funds for R&D and generates resources to support its program. As such, DOST-PCARD is working closely with our local and international partners. In fact, we often say the PC in PCARD not only stands for Philippine Council, but also for partnership and collaboration. The Council is implementing its programs and projects through the Industry Strategic S&T Plan or Program, or ISP. ISP operationalizes Picard's S&T vision for the AANR sector. It embodies the set of S&T interventions needed to support a particular industry. The interventions are subsumed in Picard's 4 banner programs and focuses on gaps in the supply and or value chain where S&T intervention will matter most. These banner programs are 1. Strategic R&D, 2. R&D resource utilization, 3. Capacity building and R&D governance, and 4. Policy research and advocacy. At present, the Council is implementing numerous projects and programs under 39 ISPs in various AANR subsectors, namely crops, livestock, inland aquatic resources, marine resources, forestry and environmental services, and agricultural resources management. Within these areas, the Council provides support for microbiology-related projects that focus on product and technology development, technology transfer and commercialization, and policy development and governance, including biosafety-related aspects. The contribution of microbiology in the AANR sector cannot be overestimated. Microbial-based products, technologies, and services such as biofertilizers, inoculants, biopesticides, enzymes, diagnostic kits, fermentation of food products and agricultural byproducts, and treatment of industrial waste, among others, have significant contributions to the economic productivity of the sector. Let me give you some examples of mature microbial-based products that have been developed by state universities and colleges and research and development institutes with funding support from the UST Picard and are now ready for commercialization. These include biofertilizers and biostimulants, biopesticides, animal feeds, and diagnostic kits, among others. The Notrio biofertilizer for eggplant and sugarcane is a biofertilizer that uses endophytic bacterial inoculant which promotes nitrogen fixation and plant growth of eggplant and sugarcane. The BioGrow, a solid-based microbial inoculant containing plant growth-promoting bacteria, induces root growth by producing plant hormones and providing nutrients in soluble form. The Mycoplast biofertilizers is a microbial inoculant that contains beneficial bacteria and fungi that help plants take up and absorb nutrients and water from soil more efficiently. The symbiotic action of microorganisms provide additional nutrients through biological nitrogen fixation, phosphorus solubilization, and growth hormone secretion. The Micromix biostimulant is composed of bacteria that enhance the growth of crops, particularly of bell peppers and bitter gourds. The Trichoderma microbial inoculant is used to control crop plant diseases caused by soil-borne fungal pathogens. It also serves as biofertilizer that digests and decomposes soil organic matter and releases mineral nutrients needed for crop growth. Acticon is a biopesticide that uses the fungi actinomycetes as a biocontrol agent against the devastating Panama wilt-causing Fusarium oxysporium tropical ray spore in banana. High-yeast biocontrol agent for fruits and vegetables prevent fruit and vegetable decay caused by pathogen during post-harvest handling. It is designed as an alternate and or supplement to reduce the use of chemicals in nature. The protein-enriched copra meal or PSM is the product of the bioprocessing of copra meal through solid-state fermentation to improve its nutritive value. It has a crude protein content of 36 to 40% and has improved digestibility. Probiotics and prebiotics from agricultural waste are utilized to enhance tilapia culture by serving as growth promoters, improving disease resistance, enhancing the immune systems, and increasing productivity. One algae microalgal paste are concentrates of liquid microalgae cells which are used in nurseries as feed for larval fish, shrimp, and other aquaculture species. The Andali LAMP kit for swine PED virus is a test kit that serves as a quick, reliable, and cost-effective diagnostic tool for the early detection and control of porcine epidemic diarrhea virus in swine. The Juan Amplification WSSB Detection Kit is a practical alternative to PCR and other techniques for detecting white spot syndrome virus in shrimp. It offers 10 times more sensitivity in WSSB detection compared to PCR and can generate results within 1 hour. The Biosensor Kit for Shrimp Pathogens is an affordable, rapid, and user-friendly diagnostic tool for detecting pathogens in shrimp. It utilizes a genome-based lateral flow strip biosensor, which has been developed as a diagnostic platform for white spot syndrome virus and other shrimp pathogens. As previously stated, DOST Picard's programs are built upon ISPs, which recognizes that an effective approach to harnessing the benefits of these products and technologies is to facilitate technology transfer through collaboration and industry linkages. This can be achieved by strengthening the intellectual property management and technology transfer capabilities of state universities and colleges and research and development institutions in the country, as well as implementing innovative programs to promote academe-government industry collaboration. Every innovation and invention can create significant economic impacts when it is successfully transferred to its intended users or beneficiaries and made available to the local or global markets. Hence, through the establishment of DOST Picard Innovation and Technology Center, or DPITC, in 2016, Picard intensifies its commitment to technology transfer and or commercialization efforts. To fully carry out the different innovation-related national policies, such as the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, Philippine Technology Transfer Act, Philippine Innovation Act, and Innovation Startup Act, DPITC implements programs that help address the different needs of a technology, as well as the terms of the inventors, innovators, and investors. One of the major initiatives under the DPITC is the DOST Picard National Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubation Program, or ATBI. It aims to effectively support the use and commercialization of mature technologies in the AANR sector by establishing and developing viable agribusiness through incubation and acceleration. From 2017 to 2022, Picard successfully established and operationalized 22 agri-aqua technology business incubators located in different state universities and colleges across the country. Through this program, 324 incubators were supported, enabling them to adopt and utilize 92 different agri-aqua technologies. These technologies encompasses a wide range of applications, including microbial-based products for crops, livestock, and aquaculture, post-harvest solutions, food processing innovations, disease diagnostics, and farm inputs. The Council also operates a Startup Grant Fund program designed to overcome R&D roadblocks, strengthen the utilization of intellectual property, establish initial market traction, refine business models, and prepare startups in scaling up their production capacity. Currently, the program has 7 grantees who are in the process of commercializing their microbiology-related products, technologies, and services such as biofertilizers, biopesticides, aquapids, and diagnostic kits. An example of a spin-off company that is currently negotiating with foreign prospective partners and expanding its reach through industrial linkages is the Blitzkrieg Animal Health Diagnostic Center. It was established in 2019 by Dr. Clarissa Ibon Domingo of Central Luzon State University. The USTP card also engages in microbiology-related projects under the Science for Change program, which includes initiatives such as the Needs in the Regions for R&D, or NICER, the Collaborative Research and Development to Leverage Philippine Economy, or CRADLE, and the Business Innovation through S&T for Industry, or BIS. NICER is geared towards development of the capacity of higher education institutions through R&D collaboration for regional development, while CRADLE engages partnership between the academe and the industry to develop innovative products, processes, and services. On the other hand, the BIS program aims to provide financial assistance to Filipino private companies, specifically for acquiring strategic and relevant technologies that will support the research and development activities. The financial assistance, which may only be used for purchase of high-tech equipment or to secure technology licensing and or patent rights, will be refunded to the UST at 0% interest. Under the CRADLE program, ROSANA, or Remote Online Surveillance for Banana, was developed by the University of Southeastern Philippines, or USEP. This mobile disease surveillance system was created to address and enhance the disease control interventions of Iho Resources Corporation in Davao del Norte, specifically targeting diseases such as black lipstreak, black sigatoka, banana bunchy top, and other common banana diseases. ROSANA has contributed to the improvement of Iho Resources Corporation's banana production and minimized the cost of disease control. Under the BIS program, the project Bridges is being implemented by BioAssets Corporation and monitored by PICARD. The project is anchored in 3 key areas, namely point-of-need diagnostics, precision diagnostics, and precision medicine. It aims to establish a one-country program for a comprehensive and unified approach to prevent and control animal disease outbreak through their mobile biological laboratory unit with biocontainment capability. From the examples given, it is quite obvious that collaboration between and among academe, government, and industry is necessary to accelerate development of technologies and to facilitate commercialization at industrial scale that will have significant impacts to various stakeholders. As noted by various authors, the generation of innovation benefits from collaborative, multidisciplinary environments in which both industry and academe coexist and cooperate. Generally, collaboration and partnership between the industry and academe drive innovation. It promotes multidisciplinary sharing of resources, expertise, and breakthroughs, and leads to the diversification of research areas covering both basic and applied aspects. The academe-industry collaboration also provides an entrepreneurial mindset in R&D, which promotes resource generation through technology transfer and commercialization. Capacity and capability building of R&D workers and institutions are also essential in facilitating the establishment of industry linkages. This includes training in intellectual property management and technology transfer, establishment of technology transfer and business development offices or units in SUCs and RDIs, and the establishment of functional IP policies in these institutions that will allow the utilization of research outputs to be developed as commerciable technologies and services. Not all academe-industry collaborations are simple and straightforward. Some need more complex arrangement that entail legal guidance. Examples of these are licensing agreements with detailed provisions on the use of tangible properties such as germplasm or genetic resources, and various types of intellectual properties such as patent, trade secret, and trademarks. Fortunately, there are also existing mechanisms to address those complexities, like the use of material transfer agreement and confidentiality agreement, which facilitate the transfer of materials and information to both parties, enabling them to proceed with their collaboration wherein their concerns and interests are properly addressed. Most of the time, collaborative researchers are covered by memorandum of agreements with proper institutional arrangements. Of equal importance is the enabling national laws and regulation that will support the technology transfer initiatives and provide appropriate incentive for the innovators, inventors, and investors. These laws will help the industry to flourish through the utilization and generation of innovations developed by researchers both from the government and private sector. Let us all work together and further strengthen our existing collaboration and partnership in order to develop innovative products and technologies that are useful to the industry and all of our stakeholders. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you. We would like to call on stage Dr. Jessica F. Simbahan for the awarding of certificate. But before that, we would like to have a few announcements for the PSM elections. For the PSM election, we would like to encourage the PSM members to nominate the new set of PSM Board of Directors for fiscal year 2023-2024. Nomination is now open. You can access the QR code for the nomination form through the election booth in the convention lobby of the the PSM 52 website. And also the QR codes will be posted on each of your tables for QR code scanning. For those attending online, you can scan the QR code provided in the PSM 52nd website. For those attending on-site, again, you can access the QR codes on your tables later to be posted. We would like to remind the nominations will be closed until 3 p.m. today, July 22nd. The nominated PSM members will be notified through email to obtain their conform and other information. They will be given an hour to reply to the email before the business meeting. The names of those who've accepted their nominations will be announced during the business meeting. Again, we would like to remind the nominations will be closed until 3 p.m. today. For the certificate of appreciation, we would like to give this certificate to Dr. Reynaldo Ebora. For having served as the keynote speaker during the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated with the theme Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity Through Collaborations and Industry Linkages, given the 22nd day of July 2023. Signed by Dr. Howell T. Ho, PSM President. This event would not be possible without the support of our partners and major sponsors. We'll be sharing an audio-visual presentation prepared by our partners, ESCO Philippines, Biomeru, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities, and TNC Everlight. We will start with ESCO Philippines with their audio-visual presentation. Again, reminder for the PSM elections, please scan the QR code for you to nominate your potential PSM board members. Again, until 3 p.m. today, July 22nd. QR codes will be given to you in each of your tables, or you can access it in the PSM 52 website. So we will have a 5-minute break. So coffee, snacks will be available outside the halls. And again, reminder, for the nominations, please 3 p.m. po today. Thank you. Apologies, since we are on a hybrid event, it's first time ulit, snacks will be given to you on your table so you can rest or you can have a powder break for a few minutes. Thank you.
Yung. Yo. Hala, paano natin to ano? Hindi mahirap kasi sira siya. Kada ayaw mo na.
I-search. Search ko
Automatic ba
mamaya.
yan? Lalabas?
I-extend. Escape ko lang.
Testing. This event would not be possible without the support of our partners and major sponsors. We'll be sharing an audiovisual presentation prepared by our partners, ESCO Philippines, BioMeru, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities, and TNC Everlight. However, we will start with ESCO Philippines with their audiovisual presentation.
As your partner in safety for decades, this 2023, ESCO Life Sciences presents Lab Culture Generation 4 Class 2, Type A2, Biological Safety Cabinet. Built with ergonomic and green features, combined with super modern technology. What's new with our latest generation of Lab Culture BSC? Introducing the newest ESCO Centurion touchscreen controller. 7-inch screen display with a touch-sensitive feature for gloved users. ESCO Centurion touchscreen is designed with smartphone intelligence and technology. Virtually comprehensible cabinet alarms via 3D BSC diagram. Sleek design, the 10-degree slope front optimizes user comfort. LA2 Gen 4 has the largest usable area in the market with 0.63 square meter work zone. Sliding sash window now comes in various model options at 8, 10, and 12-inch openings. The full-length stainless steel raised armrest prevents grill blocking and provides a comfortable working posture. Easy-to-reach service fixtures and sockets. Interior walls with a large radius, curved and smooth finished corners. Recessed work tray for spillage, and sloped perimeter for easy cleaning. There is not too much ergonomics. LA2 Gen 4 has large handles on both sides, making the tray easy to lift. Holder for easy drain pan cleaning, and tray support beams for less vibration. Removable paper catch with an optional pre-filter prevents objects from entering the blower plenum. ESCO LA2 Gen 4 has specified modes for accurate functions. Normal mode, quick start mode, maintenance mode. Standby height activates standby mode, maintaining ISO Class 3 work zone cleanliness while the fan runs at half speed. DC ECM blower allows 70% energy savings with very low consumption at 205 watts, with auto compensation feature that secures steady airflow. The ideal light intensity of 1,200 lux within the working area, provided by industry-leading dimmable LED for optimum comfort, and runs at a low noise level of 57 dBA to help increase work focus. Airflow sensor for real-time airflow monitoring. LA2 Gen 4 provides superior safety with dynamic chamber technology. Constructed with negatively pressured walls, preventing contaminant leakage from the work zone. Manually sliding tempered glass that can be operated during a sudden power failure. ESCO ISO-side antimicrobial powder coating eliminates 99.9% of surface microorganisms upon 24 to 48 hours of exposure. And a high-grade filtration system of Ulpa filter. Wait, there's more. The newly integrated remote Modbus feature enables users to securely access the cabinet remotely from external devices. USB port to access cabinet data log and BMS connectivity. Future-proof your lab with the new ESCO Lab Culture Generation 4 Biological Safety Cabinet.
ESCO Life Sciences Group is a world-leading life science company founded in Singapore. As a manufacturer of laboratory, biopharma equipment, and IVF medical devices, ESCO offers tailored solutions that fit the needs of laboratories in various industries. with our vision to invent, discover, and commercialize enabling technologies to make human lives healthier and safer. ESCO continued to grow to different locations in Southeast Asia. ESCO Philippines was founded in April 2011, which started out small with a total of 5 employees in an office in Ortigas. Through perseverance and commitment, ESCO Philippines expands to different locations from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, which is now composed of exceptional, hardworking, and talented employees. We make sure that our values are reflected in the way we do business. We have our operations team, service team, product specialists, marketing team, support division. Our services takes professional pride in ensuring compliance with legal guidelines and ISO standards while helping your company minimize disruption or downtime of equipment, thus improving your company's productivity. We at ESCO Philippines are committed to prioritizing the customer's safety and needs. We take responsibility and accountability for actions taken, and we have the initiative to go the extra mile. We are proud to have provided suitable equipment to aid healthcare facilities amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also partnered with organizations to provide a thesis subsidy grant and support various scientific researches in the country. We're consistent in achieving our advocacy to raise awareness and safety inside the laboratory. We are proud to have conducted hundreds of end-user training, seminars, and webinars to different institutions to educate the country and help promote proper and safe equipment handling. And with the help of our partners and collaborators, we are able to leverage resources and extend our reach to widen the impact of our goal and advocacy. We at ESCO Philippines will continue to serve you and our community. Kasama mo, tungo sa kalusugan at kaligtasan ng bawat Pilipino.
would like to call on stage Dr. Ronilo Jose D. Flores to be our moderator for this segment.
Again, a warm round of applause for ESCO Philippines. Mas malakas naman pong applause para sa ating partner. ESCO has been with us for over 5 or more years, and we're looking forward to a better, stronger partnership with ESCO Philippines. If you have questions, I was told, kindly visit their booth outside. No, sabi ni Sir Ninoy, who's from ESCO. So they have a booth right beside the elevators. So if you want to know more about their products, the incubators, the Class 2 cabinet, the biological safety cabinets, especially the one that was featured, yung bagong touchscreen BSC2 nila, please take time to visit their booth outside, and the ESCO staff will be happy to assist you and answer all your questions. Meanwhile, for the rest of the day, we still have a few product presentations of our sponsors, and also we do have about 23 exhibitors outside. So please make time to visit their booths, interact, and get your freebies. By the way, we'll be announcing Sampakulo later on. Maraming pong salamat, and let's proceed with the program. Thank you.
At this juncture, let me introduce the first speaker for our plenary lecture. He is a veterinarian and scientist who has led both antiviral and antibacterial drug discovery efforts. He was a senior principal scientific researcher and laboratory operations manager at Genentech, a pioneer in the development of therapeutics from recombinant DNA technology. Our first plenary speaker obtained his PhD in biomedical sciences from the University of Massachusetts Medical School and developed a patented technology on virus-like particles as a vaccine platform for human and animal pathogens. He received his DVM from the University of the Philippines. He initially received infectious disease training at the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. He has maintained his connection with the Philippines by being a Balik scientist and by co-founding BioAssets Corporation, a pioneering life science company in the Philippines engaged in veterinary research and diagnostics.
Our first plenary speaker is currently the CEO of BioAssets and is leading the company's research and development efforts. He's also a project leader of a DOST-supported project under the Business Innovation for Science and Technology, which aims to address the unmet needs in the animal industry. He's currently involved in the establishment of the proposed Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines. He's very passionate about developing transformative therapies and vaccines for infectious diseases in humans and animals. Without further ado, we would like to call on Dr. Homer Pantua, co-founder and president of BioAssets Corporation in Santo Tomas, Batangas, Philippines. Dr. Pantua's presentation title is Industry-Academia Linkages: The Road to Establishing a Strong Life Science Research Atmosphere in the Philippines.
Thank you very much for a very generous introduction. Yeah, I guess we can start. Good morning to everyone. Many thanks to Dr. Howell Ho and the organizers of the Philippine Society of Microbiology 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting After seeing the atmosphere here, I might have to change my presentation because this was about my take of the science atmosphere in the Philippines after spending under 9 months here in the Philippines. So after seeing this, I might have to change again if I'm allowed to. But anyway, in line with the theme of the PSM 52, microbiology for unity and prosperity through collaborations and industry linkages, I will be presenting to you academia and industry linkages and its importance in establishing a strong life science atmosphere in the Philippines. I will share with you the key factors, strategies, challenges, and my take on the research atmosphere here in the field in our country as a Balik scientist who have been here for under a year. I will share with you an example of how a startup company responds to these challenges. So as a scientist and an entrepreneur, I don't only look at the science, we also look at the socio-economic impact of our actions. So I would like to share with you a gist of an article from the International Monetary Fund by Joel Mokyr, a professor of economics at the University of Northwestern University. So he mentioned that technology and science reinforce each other to take the economy ever higher. He also mentioned that technological process does not just affect productivity directly, it also pulls itself by the bootstraps by giving science more powerful tools to work with. And my take on this is to make this happen, science and technology should be driven by academia and industry together. So studies have shown that the interaction between academia and industry have been the key indicator and the stepping stone to economic growth in developed countries. And research productivity and technological advancement, as you can see here, can help drive economic growth and the nation's progress. So a very recent study have shown the ranking of productivity based on publication, as you can see here in the screen, of ASEAN countries, including the Philippines. So clearly, as you can see, Indonesia made a great improvement for the past 23 years. So Singapore is on the third, but Singapore remains #1 in the quality of research publications. So Philippines is on the 5th. So economic growth as measured by GDP per capita follows a similar trend. So, but our ranking is not due to the lack of capacity, skills, and talents. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of talents in the Philippines. However, it's fragmented. That's my observation as a scientist. And there is likely a mismatch between the skills from the university and the industry needs. So knowledge and skills development should also focus on the industry needs. And the linkage between academia and the industry plays a strategic role in developing of critical skills required by the industry. So to establish a strong science research atmosphere in the Philippines, academia, industry, and even the government should be on the same page. If not, there will always be a mismatch and between the skills and knowledge of the graduates and those required by the industry. Again, this is my take. So skills and the market needs should be aligned. It should not be just parallel. It should not be just intersected. It should be aligned and head-on. So academia, industry, and government should interact and collaborate with one another actively in order to promote strong innovation activities and to achieve common long-term strategic goals. So linkages between the academia and industry will drive innovation and technology transfer. So academia and government linkages will establish legal framework and funding opportunities. So government and industry linkages, on the other hand, will establish a policy-enabling atmosphere for the three of them. So collaboration between academia, industry, government will foster innovation, drive research advancement, and contribute to the growth and development of the life sciences sector and ultimately to the nation. So here are some of the key factors and strategies that may aid in building a strong academia-industry linkages, and this is based on our experience in the Western world. And I hope After 9 months of working here as a scientist and an entrepreneur, these are some that we may adopt and help us in guiding our business in the industry or in our researches in the academia. So first is the government. So the government support plays a crucial role in creating an enabling environment for industry-academia collaborations. So policy should be in place to incentivize partnerships, provide funding opportunities, and support research infrastructure development. Adequate funding is essential to support these collaborations. Establishing research centers can serve as platforms for collaborative research, knowledge, and exchange and technology transfer. So establishing industry and advisory boards is one. So these comprises of representatives from the industry or life science sector that can provide guidance and industry perspectives to academic institutions. This is what we do when I was still in the industry as a part of the Genentech research and development. So these boards can help shape research priorities, curriculum development, and ensure that the academic programs are aligned with the industry needs. So encouraging joint research projects, and these projects can focus on addressing challenges in the industry, developing new products or technologies, and advancing scientific knowledge. Next is developing internship and training programs that allow students and researchers to gain practical industry experience that can bridge the gap between academia and industry needs. So these programs provide opportunities for knowledge transfers, skill development, and networking, and ultimately enhancing employability and industry readiness. So establishing platforms for regular knowledge exchange is another, such as seminars, conferences, workshops, and facilitation and interaction between academia and industry professionals. So these things we've been doing here in the Philippines, so we just have to emphasize and to empower more and do more of these kinds of platforms. So another important thing is our clear policies and mechanisms for intellectual property, which intellectual property protections are essential to foster trust and encourage collaboration. So sustained and continuous engagement between academia and industry is essential for long-term success. So these are the key factors and strategies that we try to adopt in one of the startups that I lead, which is the Bioassets Corporation. And as an example, I will be showing you how we respond to challenges and what we do in our company. So Bioassets Corporation is a 100% Filipino-owned, employee-owned company. It's a pioneering life science company in the Philippines established by scientists, veterinarians, farmers, and even entrepreneurs with the basic foundation of serving the people. So we are not just here for the business. We are actually here to serve the people. Our primary goal is to contribute to the advancement of food security in our country and the welfare of our nation. So we firmly believe that a sustainable and self-sufficient animal industry and a thriving life science sector is essential for ensuring an adequate and safe food supply. So our current activities and future progress is backed by a strong team of dedicated technical and management people guided by our core principles. So when I always do my presentation, I always want to share our core values. Because this is the core values. These are the very reason why we were able to thrive the pandemic. So the first is we value truth seeking. At Bioassets, we follow the science. If the science says no, we stop. If the science says take it to the right, take it to the left, or forward, that's what we do. We are a goals and project focused or a purpose-driven company. We have genuine care for the people, animals, and the environment. And we believe that we cannot do things alone. That is why we collaborate. And actually, there's a lot of collaborators here in the audience. We believe and this is one of the things that I really like about our group. We invest in our people. Because we believe if we invest in our people to reach their full potential, it's not only beneficial to the individual or to the company, but more importantly, to the industry that we serve. And lastly, we promote a culture of innovation. And that's how we progress and we thrive during the pandemic. And with these people and core values, it enabled us to establish partnership and collaborations here and abroad. And with these activities, it encompasses disease diagnostics, genomics, molecular food micro, information management, biobanking or building a repository of bacteria and viruses and tissues, research reagent production. One of the things that's really hard to do here in the Philippines is procurement. A lot of things are imported. That's why don't we address that right now with you? So we also do research planning, execution, management, basically a contract research organization function. And we also do technology commercialization and several R&D activities, such as the Bridges project, which Dr. Ebora have told you, which I will briefly cover. We're also doing an R&D initiative on customized vaccines for veterinary use. We're also establishing a lab animal medicine platform in the Philippines, a food biological, enhancement of swine production using semen sorting, and a reagent production. So just to give you an overview, the Bridges project is the brief response to in-location diagnostic and genome sequencing. And the objective of the project is to establish a comprehensive and unified approach to address the infectious diseases in the animal industry. So the goal of this project are anchored in 3 focus areas, which is point-of-need diagnostics, one of the problem here during the pandemic, and also the problem in the ASF pandemic in pigs. We didn't have the capacity to respond at the point of need. So that's why Bioassets have built the very first mobile biocontainment laboratory to empower veterinarians to do the diagnostics on site. The next is precision diagnostics. At Bioassets, we don't stop at the yes or no. We actually characterize genotypically all the viruses and bacteria that we deal with. And with this point-of-need diagnostics and precision diagnostics, it will support our precision medicine efforts, which also covers the precision vaccinology or customized vaccines. So this project is supported partly by the Department of Science and Technology under the Business Innovation for Science and Technology under the Science for Change program. So Bioassets have created the very first secure state-of-the-art biocontainment laboratory. It's peer-reviewed by international experts for biosafety and biosecurity. We have partners here like ESCO. It's not a plug, okay? But this is the very first. It's not just a laboratory. It's actually a central laboratory compacted in a very small space that can actually support what we can do in the central laboratory. So this very first MBL is donated to the Central Mindanao University to address the problems in the animal industry in the Mindanao region. So this MBL will actually support rapid response, continuity of operation. It will also support research and surveillance while maintaining biosafety. And as a proof of concept, we have shown that we can actually do on-site testing and analysis in a high throughput and timely manner at the point of need. So the idea is to involve academia, industry, and the government. So the implementation strategy is for the local government units to do all the surveillance while we actually develop a training and R&D hub through the state universities and colleges with colleges of veterinary medicines. And the hope is to establish innovation and to transfer technologies through generations. So again, an example of academia, industry, and government partnerships. So that is the point of need diagnostic initiative. One is precision diagnostics, and I'm happy to say that through precision diagnostics with the use of genomics, we were able to collaborate many scientists in the audience right now. First is African swine fever virus. So our group, with the leadership of Andrew Montesilio, published the very first locally sequenced and assembled African swine fever virus in the Philippines. Thank you very much. We've been having this problem for the past 4 years, and it's only last year that our group published the results. And such informations are very important in developing diagnostics and vaccines against African swine fever. But that's not the only collaboration. We have collaboration with Central Mindanao University. We have collaboration with Kansas State University Biosecurity Research Institute. It's a very active collaboration where we are looking at disease dynamics of ASF. And not only ASF, we are working on avian influenza virus, again with the collaboration with the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners, and also with the guidance of the avian influenza expert here in attendance, Dr. Christina Layson, there. We've also collaborated with bacteriophages. So genomics has no boundaries. So we've collaborated with Jaime Cabo of UPLB to generate multiple sequences of bacteriophage, and I guess it's novel. Yeah. We've also collaborated again with UPLB and UP Diliman to look at Salmonella genotypes and also at the serovar levels with Wendell Rivera and Walter Lavinia. And Ann Lantica. I forgot. Also, I told you we don't only work here in the Philippines. We also collaborated with the National Pingtung University. I think Benji is here. He was able to fully sequence Proteus mirabilis in our laboratory. Again, a support of bioassets. And the idea, why is bioassets doing this? The reason why we're doing this is because we want an explosion of information. Because if there is an explosion of information, we will have all the information that we need to generate vaccines and diagnostics. Again, with our commitment to the progress of our nation and to the next generation, we established the Bioassets Academy. So the Bioassets Academy is a venue for knowledge transfer, skills development, and professional empowerment. And to date, we have over 200 interns, and right now we actually have interns from UPLB, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and Laguna State University. And the program had the idea of the program is for these students and professionals to be more industry ready. We also have platforms for knowledge transfers and networking, such as seminars, discussions, to foster innovation, to foster collaboration and drive innovation. So what I've shown you is that bioassets in the center, but we are not actually doing all the work. So what we appreciate is that the government is actually with us. Thank you to the Department of Science and Technology, PICARD, Science for Change Program, and the BIST, and the Balik Scientist Program. So we also collaborate with academia, as I've shown you, and what I'm really proud about is that Bioassets received the very first PhD by research student, and thank you for the trust and confidence to our company. And I am very excited to get 3 more PhD students from UPLB and UP Diliman. We've also collaborated with research institutes, BRI, Kansas State University, and the Industrial Development Technology Institute. We're developing a point-of-need diagnostics for African swine fever. And life science industry for supporting us, for us to be able to execute our research. And the animal industry, we're working with the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners to generate sequences of the avian influenza and that will aid in the decision-making and development of customized vaccines. So where are we going right now? So a lot of people will show you roadmaps from the beginning to the end, but at BioAss, it's a little bit different. So we are putting the pieces together for success. So we are a diagnostic lab 9 years ago. We will be 10 years in May next year. And our objective is to be a life science company, a biotech company. And for us to do that, we are actually putting the pieces together one by one. So we're doing the skills development, the knowledge transfer. We're doing the surveillance and pathogen isolation to generate information that is which is also backed by biobanking. put together a platform for on-site and precision diagnostics that is backed by genomics, again backed by science. We're also putting an arm, a translational research arm that will actually prepare us when we get products, and a lab animal medicine platform to actually execute our translational research. So what we're doing right now is actually we have one bacteria and one virus in R&D that we hope to generate customized vaccine for our farmers. And this is backed by reagent production, because for customized vaccine, you need to be able to lower the prices of vaccine. And to do that, you have to lower the cost of research and development. And what we're doing right now, when we're exploring it, and I hope it will go through, we're hoping that we can actually put these in UP Diliman. So as you can see here, these things are actually interconnected with each other. But the beauty and something that we really appreciate in our team is that although they are interconnected, they are actually independent business activities, which makes us a safer initiative for all of us. So with that, I would like to acknowledge the people and agencies who have helped us through the years. But of course, we cannot do all of these things at BioAssets. I'd like to thank the team BioAssets, the current and former members, for all their dedication. And I'm really proud and really fortunate to be working with people wherein team success is more important than egos. With that, I would like to encourage you to join us in making positive impact to our industries and join us in nurturing life, science, and innovation to serve the people. Maraming salamat po.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Pantua. Good morning, everybody. I'm Liwalina Espiritu. At this point in time, I will be joining Mr. Jeremy Marquez as one of your hosts for today. Now we shall move on to the open forum. Okay, allow me to introduce our moderator for this session. She is currently affiliated with the Mindanao State University, General Santos City, and is the current president of the PSM Mindanao chapter. Let me call on stage Dr. Lynn Esther Iralios. Dr. Pantua, may we kindly request you to stay on stage, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Homer Pantua, for that insightful talk on how we can cultivate and strengthen the life science atmosphere in our country. And also for sharing the examples from BioAssets of how we can do that successfully. So we are now opening the floor to our on-site and online audience for questions for Dr. Pantua. Those on site, you may use the microphone at the back, or you can just stand and I'll come to you with the microphone. Yes, Dr. Hill.
Good morning, Dr. Pantua. Thank you very much for sharing the work of BioAssets and your efforts to basically help the Filipino people through the different activities of BioAssets through point of need diagnostics, precision diagnostic, and precision medicine. Now, one of the things that caught my attention was the mobile containment vehicles, I think, which were used to study African swine fever, and of course, right. Of course, we all know that establishing laboratories or diagnostic laboratories requires very strict guidelines. So my question is in relation to that particular vehicle. Who certifies these vehicles, and how do we make sure that the vehicles themselves do not become vectors?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So that's biosafety and biosecurity is very important. So when we work with agents such as, so we consider in the US as select agents, or it has to follow the biosafety guidelines. So what we did is we did not just build a laboratory. We built a biocontainment facility that was peer-reviewed and inspected by a World Health Organization inspector in the name of, I won't name him, but it was inspected by a biosafety engineer who actually works with us with DOST also. To ensure that the airflows are right, the workflow makes sense, where do you put the waste and everything. So it's in the prototype stage right now. They're developing. Our team in Central Mindanao University is developing all the SOPs to support each and every disease that we would like to tackle.
Thank you. We can entertain one more question from the floor, or maybe we have from our online platform. Yes, Dr. Teves.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pantua, for that lecture. My concern is the growth of innovation in the country. So how do you think we could encourage more IP registration and more patents from Filipino scientists and researchers? And I don't know how much we have gained already after the passage of the Technotransfer Act. And we're supposed to have already gained a lot of positive feedback from that. But I don't know where we are right now after the law has been passed, the Technotransfer Act of the Philippines. I don't know if we are following the steps when the BIDOL Act was, this similar BIDOL Act was passed in the United States. So that's my question.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow the question. So you're asking whether...
First, how can we encourage our researchers?
Yeah.
Okay, for more.
Yeah. So, IP, intellectual property, is very important in innovations and in conducting life science, all researches. So, being here for 9 months only, I'm actually not familiar with the IP guidelines and issues here in the Philippines. But I think coming from a pharmaceutical setting, IP is very important and very strict. I'm not sure if is it first to file in the Philippines? First to file? Okay, so in the US too, right? So it's first to file. So right before we do our research in a biotech or pharmaceutical setting, the first thing we asked is, so we have a question of a problem and an unmet need, and then we ask whether, if we find a solution, is our solution novel? If it's not novel, then so I have a different perspective coming from the pharmaceutical company. If it's not novel and if it's a me too, then for us, it's not commercially viable. That's my take. I have a different perspective. I didn't come from the academia, but if it's something that's not novel, we don't do it. Particularly with Genentech Incorporated, we do all our drugs are novel. We don't do paracetamol. We don't do anything like that. So I think to encourage people to do that, I think when you first do your research, we have to ask first, is what we're doing something that we can actually generate novel molecular entities, something such things like that. So if not, then I'll be discouraged right away. But if it is, then I think our legal and everything should be set up to encourage those researchers to actually tell the whole world that we found a discovery. But for researchers to do that, the guidelines and the foundation for it, the legal foundation for it, has to be in place. Because if it's not, then it's hard to encourage scientists to tell you, to tell everyone what I discovered. So that's my take. For us to be encouraged to report, to file, the legal foundations need to be there. Because coming from the pharmaceuticals, you know what's the indication that the drug didn't work or the drug failed? Does anyone know? We have so many publications. So the only time we publish is when our drug failed to the clinics or commercial viability. I'll give you an example. So I used to work with a hepatitis drug, which is very, very good drug. However, it's a novel antibody. It's patented by our company, but another company actually got into the clinic first, and he was the one who actually invented the drug for hepatitis C and HIV. A very, very brilliant scientist from Georgia, USA. And what happens is that when their phase 3 trial came out, the company told us, in 5 years, we don't have any commercial viability, even though our drug is very good. And that's correct, because in 5 years, this drug cured hepatitis C, and that's what's happening right now. And it's after spending like $200 million in our R&D, we stopped, but we have like probably close to 10 publications. That's what we got. So, yeah, yeah.
All right.
But yes, we should put the legal foundation first.
So thank you, Dr. Pantua. We will end the Q&A here. I'm sure many others have questions. You are free to approach Dr. Pantua during the entire convention today. And I believe you're still staying till tomorrow.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so
Yeah,
thank you very
I'll
much.
be hanging around here.
And now we will award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Pantua.
It
Maraming salamat
is with
po.
pleasure to present to you the Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate reads, "The Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Homer Pantua for having served as plenary lecture speaker during the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated with the theme Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity through Collaborations and Industry Linkages, given this 20th day of July 2023. Signed, Dr. Howell P. Ho, PSM President." Again, thank you very much, Dr. Pantua. It is with pleasure to present to you the Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate reads, "The Certificate of Appreciation is given to Dr. Homer Pantua for having served as plenary lecture speaker." Let us move on to the much anticipated and prestigious part of the program, the PSM Awards. This is led by its chair, Dr. Donna May D. Papa.
As a national society of microbiologists, the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated endeavors to enrich, make vibrant, and productive the science of microbiology. The society honors the Filipino microbiologist and gives recognition for his or her body of works in microbiology so that in some way, others may gain inspiration and the motivation to discover, refine, and disseminate new scientific information in microbiology.
The PSM gives 4 awards. the Outstanding Service Award, Institutional Category, Outstanding Service Award, Individual Category, William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology, and the Outstanding Microbiologist Award.
This year's awardees for Outstanding Service Award for Institutional Category and William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology will be presented. The Institutional and Individual Outstanding Service Awards were given first in 1994. For the Institutional Service category, there have been 26 awardees to date. This award is given to an institution that has rendered exemplary service to the PSM as a partner in promoting the development of the science of microbiology through direct financial contributions to the society's activities and programs, manpower support, materials and facilities made available to the society, and other forms of assistance of value to the same. May I call on Dr. Donna May D. Papa to announce this year's PSM Outstanding Service Awardee for Institutional Service category.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you. And the award 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting. It is my honor and privilege awardees of the prestigious PSM Awards. But I thank the members of the committee, Dr. Marian De Leon, Dr. Anna Bernal, and Ms. Carmela Viscera. Thank you so much for all your help. And of course, to all our previous PSM awardees. Apologies, we're having technical.
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Kailangan may ganun. Okay. So, apologies po for the technical glitch. And so before I proceed, may I call on stage, may I please request to come up here on stage the representative of ESCO Philippines, Mr. Ninoy De Jesus Cahayon, the Business Development Manager of ESCO Philippines. Sir. And also Dr. Howell Tiho, the President of PSM, to please come up on stage. So, ESCO Philippines is a very reputable corporation established in April 12, 2011. The company plays a pivotal role in the industry. Through perseverance and commitment, the company has now expanded to different locations, making sure that their values are reflected in the way they do business. With their famous line, as we all know, why ESCO Philippines is the right choice. They have continuously proven that indeed they are the right choice. According to many institutions and universities, along with their strong global network and good reputation. ESCO has been a partner of PSM for a couple of years as a regular sponsor during the National Convention and Cluster Symposia. In addition to this, ESCO has supported PSM activities by giving financial aid, providing scholarships to PSM members, providing manpower, and giving in-kind donations. ESCO has provided grants to biology and microbiology students through the ESCO thesis subsidy grant. They have also given assistance to the PSM regional chapters, the Philippine Academy of Microbiology, and to the Microbiology Consortium of the Philippines for their activities. ESCO has partnered with PSM to co-sponsor a number of workshops in Manila and other locations in the country for microbiology techniques, providing the necessary tools, labor, and specialists. With the renewed partnership with the PSM, ESCO has now provided a new grant to help further microbiology and young researchers in the country, the ESCO PSM Basic Research Grant for new researchers and for young faculty members. Indeed, ESCO Philippines deserves to be recognized as a PSM Outstanding Institutional Service Awardee for the fiscal year 2022-2023 during the PSM 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting. Due to the above-mentioned support, help, and partnership that they have always given to PSM. Our profound gratitude to ESCO and Sir Ninoy. Congratulations po. So now will you please allow me to read the citation of the plaque. The Philippine Society for Microbiology, Inc. presents this Outstanding Service Award institutional category to ESCO Philippines in recognition of its exemplary contributions to the goals of the society and in the promotion of microbiology in the country. Given this 20th day of July 2023, on the occasion of the 52nd Annual PSM Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting held at Hilton, Manila, Philippines. Signed, yours truly, Chair of the Awards Committee, and Dr. Howell Ho, PSM President. Congratulations po. Thank you so much. Let us now proceed to the next prestigious PSM award.
We now move to the Professor William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology. There have been 6 awardees to date. The Professor William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology honors exemplary teaching in this important field of biology. It recognizes an individual for his or her distinguished teaching in microbiology and mentoring both undergraduate and graduate studies as a research advisor. The award also recognizes the ability to facilitate student learning through his or her teaching methods, as well as the ability to enhance student interest and appreciation for the field of microbiology. May I call on Dr. Donna May D. Papa to announce this year's awardee for Professor William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology.
Again, thank you so much. The Professor William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology awardee for this year is Dr. Nasita B. Lantican from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Congratulations po. May I request Dr. Lantican to please come up here on stage with Dr. Howell Ho. Is a full-fledged professor at the Microbiology Division, Institute of Biological Sciences, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, where she has been teaching for the past 26 years. She earned her PhD in microbiology, MS in microbiology, and BS in agricultural engineering degrees from UPLB. She has served as a devoted teacher and mentor to a great many students. She has guided 13 bachelor students, 17 MS students, and 1 PhD, otherwise called the NBL babies, as her major advisees are affectionately referred to throughout their scientific investigations and shape them into becoming independent researchers. At present, she is actively advising several undergraduate and graduate microbiology students, as well as molecular biology and biotechnology students, including 3 PhD candidates. Dr. Lantican is an established researcher in her own right, with interests ranging from isolation, screening, and identification of microbes with industrial importance, to microbial community analysis of extreme environments. Her scientific outputs have earned her the prestigious University of the Philippines Scientist I title and the 1UP Professorial Chair in Research and Teaching. In March of this year, she was also accorded the Institute of Biological Sciences Best Researcher for Senior Category Award. Furthermore, she has served as author and co-author in 22 articles published in ISI journals. All these achievements are testaments to her prodigious academic productivity. Dr. Lantican has undoubtedly blazed a trail in microbiology education. Her admirable dedication to the teaching profession will certainly serve as inspiration not only to her students but also to future educators. So this year's WLF Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology recipient is Dr. Nasita B. Lantican of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Congratulations po, Ma'am Ana. So please allow me to read the citation. The Philippine Society for Microbiology, or PSM Inc., presents this William L. Fernandez Award for Excellence in Teaching Microbiology to Nasita B. Lantican, PhD, in recognition of her exemplary performance in teaching in the field of microbiology. Given this 20th day of July 2023, on the occasion of the PSM 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting held at Hilton Hotel, Manila, Philippines. Signed, yours truly, Chair of the Awards Committee, and Dr. Howell Ho, President of PSM. Congratulations po. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations to our awardees.
Once again, congratulations to our PSM awardees, Dr. Lantican and ESCO Philippines. Just a reminder to everyone that the nomination for the new set of PSM Board of Directors is now open. The QR code is available at the Secretariat booth and the election tab of the PSM 52 website lobby for our online attendees. At the same time, I believe the QR codes are now posted already on each table, okay, for scanning. So please be reminded for the nomination. I hope everybody has enjoyed the snacks that Hilton Hotel has served earlier. Now we shall proceed to our next plenary speaker. But before that, I would like to call on stage to introduce our second plenary speaker. I would like to call the current Vice President of the Philippine Society for Microbiology, Dr. Tadeus Carval.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we now move on to our next plenary speaker. And before anything else, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Biomeru for introducing, recommending, and also sponsoring our next speaker, Dr. Julian Cox. Dr. Julian Cox holds a BSc, honors, and PhD degrees in microbiology from the University of Queensland. After working briefly in the food industry, he returned to University of Queensland as a postdoc. Before moving to Sydney, and also in UNSW, after a short period in full-time research, he joined the academic staff in food science and also spent periods as associate dean in education, in science, and associate dean in international in engineering. Though semi-retired, but we don't, it seems that he doesn't look like it, okay? He continues to teach and research serves in National Laboratory Accreditation as Editor-in-Chief of a major reference text and as the Scientific Director of Food Safety Information Council, and as a food safety communicator, regularly speaking through TV, radio, and social media. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Julian Cox.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction and welcome to the meeting. I think everyone's been sitting for a while, correct? So I think what I'd like is everyone to stand up, please. Now, does anyone know, here in the Philippines, you probably say at this time of day, good morning, yeah? Later on, good afternoon. What do we say when we're greeting someone in Australia? Does anyone know? I think I heard it down here. What was that? G'day. So, what I'd like you all to do is practice that. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, g'day. I feel much more at home. Now, if you really want to sound like an Australian, because everyone says Australians have this twang, right? And I know a few people who've been in Australia, they know it well too. If you really want to sound like an Australian, you have to hold your nose. So everyone hold their nose. And again, on the count of 3, are we ready? 1, 2, 3, g'day. Thank you. You can... All right. I must start with an apology because after the opening procession, I had to leave the room to go back to my room because I was actually speaking at a conference back in Australia. And I have to make sure that they've got the right slide deck, that I was talking about teamwork there, and I'm talking about enteric pathogens here. So I need to make sure we get it right, I guess for your expectations. The slides, please. I have control. If we can bring up the slide deck. Excellent. So firstly, there's the apology. Now, I very sincerely thank the PSM for the opportunity to speak here. It really is an honour and a privilege. And I also send greetings from the sibling organisation in Australia, the Australian Society for Microbiology. I was speaking with the President yesterday, and he hopes for a wonderful meeting of the PSM. Again, also, after the introduction, I'd also like to thank BMAREA, an organisation that I've spent a lot of years collaborating with in various ways, for sponsoring my presence here at this meeting today and tomorrow. Now, this was the title that you see in the program, but given that this is a very academic audience, I've sort of tweaked this a bit, and I thought I'd make it a little more philosophical and a bit more researchy. And what you're going to get is a chicken presentation in a sense. And of course I appreciate, this is one big name here, but I appreciate the importance of chicken meat, of poultry to the Filipino economy and diet and culture. So I'm going to ride along quite a long road, but very quickly, I drive fast at home too, through this idea of towards enteropathogen-free poultry. And I'm glad I got back just in time to hear Homer's presentation, because a number of the comments and experiments that I'll sort of talk about, I think will echo what he has talked about. Academic and industry linkages, health, SDGs, all of the things that he mentioned, a number of points I hope you'll see come through in my presentation as well. So going back to around my PhD days, that's me, and if you're unsure, it's me on the left of the photo, just to be sure. That was 1989, and this was a period of transition for me because I actually then went into industry, as was mentioned in my introduction. And I started to work in the egg industry, the poultry industry, and really that's been a bit of a love affair for me ever since. That I've continued to work with the egg and poultry meat industries in Australia, and I think that's an important point to make given the theme of this meeting. I jump forward then to 2019, and Australia saw for the first time a major problem with an organism that I'll describe as hypervirulent Salmonella enteritidis, and that's going to be the basis of a lot of what I'm going to talk about. This organism in various forms had been a problem, a major industry and public health problem in different parts of the world for several decades, well really since the 80s. But for the first time we saw it in Australia. And I guess what this highlights is that Salmonella never stands still. So, to the topic. Towards enteropathogen-free poultry. Is it an impossible dream? As the eternal optimist, I'd like to think it's a possible dream. And I'd like you to all think about that as well. And maybe not just for poultry, but maybe for food in general. A world of food safety, a world potentially free of foodborne disease. Now, pathogen-free. A number of countries have made great attempts to try and see poultry free of Salmonella. One country is Denmark. And indeed, you see products in their supermarkets that are badged as Salmonella free. But if we actually undertake comprehensive survey of chicken meat in those countries, we find that Salmonella is actually still there. The prevalence is very low, maybe 1 to 3%. In countries like Australia, the US, still Salmonella can be present at a prevalence in retail chicken meat of maybe 20%. So 1 to 3% is pretty good, but it's not zero. Now, in terms of food poisoning, this is a bit of food microbiology 101, that the ecology of food poisoning is an interplay between the host, the microbe, and the food in various ways. And if we expand on that, we can see the food as an environment. And even further, then we can think about the multiple environments that influence the safety of a food product, as well as those three key components, but also the important role that analysis plays in enabling us to manage or understand management of food safety through the food chain. Again, because this is a microbiology conference, I'm going to really focus in on the bug, and I'm going to talk largely about Salmonella with a little taste of Campylobacter thrown in. And I think most people appreciate that these two genera are very important foodborne pathogens, especially in the context of poultry as a vehicle. And what I'm here to tell you is that Salmonellas ain't Salmonellas. Many people hear Salmonella and they think Salmonella, the genus, is one organism. It's all the same. And what I hope to present through the next several slides at least is that they are not all the same. And if we just take one type, the type that invaded Australia a few years ago, Salmonella enteritidis, that even within that one serovar of the 2,600 within the genus, that even there we can see little SE and big SE. The garden variety, if you will, and the hypervirulent. Now, interestingly, we've always had Salmonella enteritidis in Australia, and we can actually find it in our poultry flocks. But it doesn't represent a significant problem in terms of food safety and public health until recently. And interestingly, even within that serovar, we have seen Salmonella enteritidis phage type 4 as part of the Australian landscape for as long as we have records, when the same phage type was causing massive problems in the UK and Western Europe. So how does the same organism, if I use that term, the same organism cause such different situations? So let's look at what it does. So we've studied this organism for quite a lot of years. So again, I'll take you through this journey. Oh, I've lost the slides. Thank you. So we looked at different strains of Australian Salmonella enteritidis, I'll just call it SE for short, from different phage types that were common. And interestingly, we did find that phage type 4 did have virulence greater than the other prevalent phage types, 14 and 26. And in parallel, work in the UK showed that different strains of phage type 4 they had there indeed could cause great differences in morbidity and mortality in mice. So what's happening? We then actually took strains of phage type 4, again, not just SE, but SE phage type 4, strains from Australia, the United Kingdom and Germany, and put them into different breeds of commercial egg-laying poultry. And I'm not going to go through this table in detail, particularly if you just simply look at the deaths column. You'll see the significant differences in the impact of those different strains on these chickens. And also, if we look across the breeds, while there's not a really significant difference, there is some indication that the breed of chicken can also have an influence on the outcome of morbidity or mortality following infection. So again, take that back to the ecology of food poisoning and the interaction between the bacterium and the animal host, not the human host, the animal host. So what was happening with this organism? Why could we have one very specific type by name, SEPT4, causing such different conditions in poultry? So we started to explore the biology of the organism. Firstly, and again for those, we're all microbiologists here, we know about the gram-negative cell wall, the outer membrane, the significance of lipopolysaccharide in that structure, and also in host pathogen interactions. We examined the structure of that lipopolysaccharide and found basically no difference between normal virulent strains and hypervirulent strains. So that wasn't the answer. Similarly, we looked at plasmids, and again, without going into too much detail, we looked at a range of strains, and basically we found that among the Australian strains, there were no significant differences. Whether SEPT4 came from the United Kingdom or from Australia, there were two broad plasmid types, but there were no different types in Australia or between virulent and hypervirulent strains. They were intermingled. So plasmids weren't the answer. And that's important because many salmonellas carry a large virulence plasmid. The answer came when we started to look at fimbriae, proteinaceous structures on the surface of the cell. And in particular, one type of fimbriae called the GVVPQ fimbriae. And it's given that name because that is a motif at the end-terminal of the subunit protein that is highly hydrophobic. And that's really, really important. So when we started to look at strains of enteritidis phage type 4, and we kind of discovered this a little bit by accident, and I love accidents in science, that when we looked at phage type 4 strains from Australia on an agar that promoted production of fimbriae, we saw basically nothing, a normal colony. That's what you see there. This is what we see with a hypervirulent strain. That's what it looks like. If you're wondering what's going on there, those cells are coated in these fimbriae, those hydrophobic fimbriae. and the cells cluster together and they ride up off the surface of the agar because they're trying to escape the aqueous gel of the agar. Yeah? We can also look at these organisms using a dye-Congo red, a really good indicator of cell surface molecules that play a role in virulence. And again, nothing happening with the Australian strain, but here's the UK strain basically sucking the dye out of the agar. And if we put those two together, again, the Australian strain does nothing, but look at this really beautiful colony of SE. Again, it's binding the dye. It's got that hydrophobic protein on the surface. What does this mean? Basically, the cells are coated with what I describe as a molecular raincoat. If you think about what happens to us if we walk out in the rain just in our normal clothes, what happens? It's not a trick question. We get wet, right? If I put on a raincoat, I stay dry. Yeah? So I'm kind of resisting the environment. And the cells do the same thing. When they've got this coating, they are resistant to the environment, whether they're inside the body or actually in the external environment. Now, looking at another poultry-associated type of Salmonella, Salmonella virchow, which is actually quite common in Australia, it can do the same thing. It produces these fimbriae. But interestingly, it doesn't produce them more in the environment. It produces them more at body temperature. Interestingly, this type of Salmonella is extremely invasive in humans. It goes beyond the gastrointestinal tract very easily. So the response to different environments in the production of these fimbriae is key to different Salmonellas behaving very differently, whether they're in the environment externally or inside the host. Skip past that one. And to pick yet another Salmonella, remember, Salmonellas ain't Salmonellas. Salmonella sophia has been a very common coloniser in Australian poultry flocks. At times it has represented more than 80% of the Salmonellas in our commercial poultry. And you think, well, great, it's a good coloniser. But when we look at this, and this is examining it using microarray technology, a bit old school these days, we find that the genome of Salmonella sophia compared to, if you like, the archetype of Salmonella, Salmonella typhimurium, is massively different, including the lack of a whole range of different virulence factors. So what's interesting here is we have a Salmonella that can colonise chickens well. It doesn't cause any illness in chickens. It doesn't cause any illness in humans. How? Why? It has so many differences compared to your average Salmonella, and certainly very, very different to hypervirulent Salmonella enteritidis. So what we then see within Salmonella and within the context of poultry is this spectrum of Salmonellas, from nothing to hypervirulent and everything in between. Salmonellas ain't Salmonellas. And then more recently in Australia, we've seen an upsurge in this particular type of Salmonella, Salmonella typhimurium, PT135A, name doesn't matter so much, but causing a range of outbreaks and particularly associated with chicken. And when we look at this, we can find the signature gene elements for that subunit protein, and of course, more importantly, that gene is expressed and we get that same contoured colony that we saw with Salmonella enteritidis. So these fimbriae are a really interesting structure in terms of the ecology of these various Salmonellas and their interaction with host, in particular, in this case, the poultry host, so the food chain, and ultimately with us as victims of food poisoning. So in terms of the food then, very briefly, what's happening? Why is this significant in terms of the food? I mentioned earlier that this organism, SE, was really important in terms of public health and outbreaks of food poisoning globally back in the 80s and again recently in Australia. Why comes down to how the organism interacts with the chicken host, in particular in this case the laying hen. Now, typically, salmonellas might be encountered as the egg moves through the reproductive tract and may encounter fecal matter at the junction with the intestine, or indeed as the egg leaves the body of the chicken. And we call that horizontal transmission because it's basically contamination on the surface of the egg that may enter the egg. In the case of hypervirulent SE, the interaction is fundamentally different. It happens here, up in the reproductive tract. Why? Because the SE, the hypervirulent SE, has actually gone beyond the gut. It's colonised the reproductive tissue, and it's associated with the very small young yolk before the rest of the egg is formed. And because this is associated with the reproductive tract, we refer to this as vertical transmission. So fundamentally, the organism has found a different way to get into the food chain, a really significant way, because once it's inside the egg, it has access to nutrients, it can grow, it's also more virulent in itself, which means when we consume eggs, we have a greater risk of us becoming contaminated, infected, and suffering disease. And as I mentioned earlier, not only is it at the internal environment, but also externally, these fimbriae, that molecular raincoat, makes the bacterium far more resistant to a whole range of influences, and that might include, for instance, its persistence in the food production environment, resistance to things like cleaners and sanitisers. So let me turn to control and management. Our industry luckily responded very rapidly to the incursion that we saw in 2019-2020 and came up with a range of practical strategies for farmers, for producers, to try and keep this organism out of their flocks, both egg-laying and chicken meat flocks. And really it comes down to two approaches. One is good management practice, and in particular biosecurity. So ring fencing your operation to try and keep the organism at arm's length. The other is the second line of defence, if you like, to try and protect the chicken, assuming that the organism will get to the chicken at some point. I'm going to skip past that. So there are a range of management strategies, and these are the more industry-oriented ones, and I'm not going to go through these in detail. They all kind of make common sense. But basically, production systems, water feed, etc., etc., etc. But once we actually get to the chicken, how can we actually try to protect the chicken if the organism gets to it? Well, the three at the bottom are what I'd like to talk about in terms of work that we've done. So vaccination, competitive exclusion, and briefly phage therapy. And again, I think Homer touched on at least some of these areas in his presentation, or at least that's what I heard at the end. So let's look at this. So competitive exclusion, if you're unaware of what this is, it's this. It's Yakult for chickens. It's basically giving the chickens early in life good bugs that help form a microflora to help exclude the pathogen from colonising the gut. That's it. Yakult for chickens. I should have patented that or, copyrighted that, you're right? Yeah? Okay, Yakult for chickens. You heard it here. So we've played with this. Basically, we have to get organisms from healthy chickens and put them into young chickens, and I can't talk too much about the process of doing that. But we've looked at a range of different source materials, and what you see on this plot is where we've tested various preparations of that Yakult. And basically what you're seeing on that graph, the left column are untreated birds, the right column are treated birds. The ratio between them is a number. The bigger the number, the more protection the material affords the young chickens. So a number like 0.96, useless. Something like 55, really good. Now, it's a great approach, but there are confounding factors. A simple one is simply the time to challenge. So this is where science and management come together, because if we can keep the pathogen away from the chickens long enough while the flora establishes, the pathogen has less opportunity to colonise. So if we expose the chickens to Salmonella only 24 hours after treatment, there is some good protection, but it's not perfect. If we can keep the Salmonella away for 48 hours, suddenly we've got great protection. Okay? The science with the management. Now, where it really gets confounding is when we actually look at different pathogens and different types of Salmonella. Remember, Salmonellas ain't Salmonellas. So we can take a really good preparation, a really good Yakult, and with your average Salmonella, we get fantastic results. But if I then expose it to SE, and if it's an ordinary SE, like an ordinary Salmonella, still works really well. But if I challenge the chickens with one of those hypervirulent SEs, guess what? Protection goes way down. It's barely there. And colonisation occurs. And again, interestingly, I mentioned Salmonella Sophia, no real problem for the chickens or for us humans, but it too can also colonise well even in the presence of this good microflora in the gut. So it really depends, it's the success of this treatment alone depends on what Salmonellas are the challenge for you with your chickens. To go a little further with this, we've then started to explore the gut flora in a more comprehensive, modern way through metagenomics, with an interest actually in Campylobacter as well as Salmonella. And we've started to explore the fact that even individual chickens from even a single flock can actually have a significantly different microbiota based on molecular analysis. And we're starting to tease that apart so we can actually try to identify exactly what are the key components of the microbiota that then need to come together in our Yakult product to be as successful as possible in keeping Salmonella out. So from competitive exclusion to vaccination, I think we're all familiar with vaccinations, yeah? Just say COVID-19. Yeah? I had my 5th shot on Friday before I came here, just in case. So, vaccination's good for chickens too. And there are vaccines for SE that have been developed overseas. Interestingly, they haven't really been put into practice in Australia yet, awaiting registration. But we do have a very active vaccine industry, and again, I recall that Homer certainly touched on vaccines at the end of his presentations. And this is something that we've been involved with, and again, as an academic industry collaboration, to develop various vaccines, and not to SE, because up until 2019, who cared about that, but to the Salmonellas that are prevalent, are commonly prevalent over time in our commercial flocks. And I've named a few of those there. Now, importantly, I think, again, as we know, that they don't prevent infection, but they do prevent disease, right? The organism has to be in us to be exposed to the immune system that's been stimulated by the vaccine to actually act. Yeah? One of the issues with chickens is that at various parts of their life, and particularly in layers, they have stresses on them. And one stress for laying hens is when they reach sexual maturity and actually start to lay eggs. So there are various practical issues that impact the efficacy of vaccines. But we've done work with a range of contexts, meat chickens and layers, in this case broiler breeders, so the chickens that are actually producing eggs which will make meat chickens. And we've shown that with a comprehensive vaccination strategy that we can indeed reduce the overall prevalence of Salmonella in commercial flocks. I'm not going to go into detail of these studies, but just to highlight that we have had success with vaccination generally. The problem that we face is that still, again, what happens when the science meets management, or indeed mismanagement? If we don't manage commercial production well, we reintroduce Salmonellas into our flocks. So the birds are constantly challenged despite being vaccinated. So that persistence can mean ultimately that the salmonellas win and get into the chickens. And this is what we see in field studies in actual commercial production, that we see this kind of volatility in the prevalence, up and down, because of those challenges. Skip past that. And further still, as with any vaccine, we know the vaccine is efficacious towards the target and maybe closely related targets. But think about what's happened with COVID. We've had to evolve the vaccine to suit the evolution of the viral subtypes. And in the same way with salmonella, what we see is the vaccine works well against the type or the multiple types of salmonella for which it was designed, and some protection against closely related types. But what happens when an unrelated type comes along? Well, of course, the immune system doesn't see it. The salmonella actually gets into the chicken and away it goes. It colonises. And that is also part of that volatility in the prevalence of salmonella over time in flocks. So vaccine is part of the answer, but again, not necessarily the 100% standalone solution. From there, we've also looked at immunotherapy. So this is actually taking antibody preparations from the yolks of immunised chickens and adding that to feed. And this is another supplement to sort of immunocontrol of salmonellas. And again, it works, but only for the salmonellas for which the vaccine was originally devised. Finally, on control, just to touch on phage therapy, and this is where that taste of Campylobacter comes in. We've tried phage therapy with salmonellas and salmonella preps from various companies with, limited success. So we turned our research attention to Campylobacter, skip past that one, working collaboratively with a Japanese group that have actually had success in isolating Campylobacter phage from retail chicken samples. And this is some of the phage from that paper. And one in particular was of interest to us because when we took their collection of phage and we exposed a comprehensive collection of genotypes of Campylobacter jejuni and coli to those phage, the only thing that we saw, and let's see if this is going to work for me, maybe not. You might just note at that second row, the positives among a whole field of negative results, that basically almost all of these phage from Japan had no impact on Campylobacter from our commercial chicken flocks. So we started to explore why, of course. We've characterised those phage. That's not so important. I'm going to skip to this slide. What is important is the fact that we thought perhaps when we've tried to isolate phage in Australia, maybe there are no phage there. We didn't expect that would be the answer, but we thought maybe we just don't have bacteriophage to Campylobacter in Australia. Well, we were wrong. When we actually look for phage signatures in poultry production environment effluents, in sewage, etc., we can actually see signatures of those phage. So we know they're there, but how do they propagate and how do we actually isolate the phage when they don't seem to attack the strains of Campylobacter that we have? A really interesting scientific question. So we're still exploring the whole idea of phage control, phage therapy with Campylobacter. Lastly, I just want to touch on analysis. Because remember what I said earlier about the ecology of food poisoning, foodborne disease, that we need good analysis to understand the efficacy of any management or intervention strategies that we use. And all I want you to really take away from this slide is that if we think about how we look for pathogens traditionally, it's a qualitative test. We look at overall prevalence. What really represents the risk to public health is what's there and how much is there. So fundamentally, we need to shift pathogen detection for food safety from qualitative presence-absence testing to enumeration. We understand there are a range of impacts on analysis, and that's an important point too. And just to highlight this, with salmonella, back to salmonella for a moment, with salmonella we can use different enrichment broths. The recovery, resuscitation and outgrowth of salmonella can change dramatically with the enrichment broth we use and the matrix in which the organism occurs. That's what's highlighted there. Of course, again, if we think about what goes on in labs, not just, I'm sure, here in the Philippines, but in Australia, in the US, and so on and so forth, that we know that immunoassay is still used and pervasive, and of course, these days, PCR is almost as pervasive. But typically, we're still using those, by definition, as qualitative tests. We can get a certain amount of quantitation out of PCR. But just to highlight a little bit of work of two of my PhD students, one with salmonella and one with Campylobacter, we started to want to enumerate. We wanted to look at what was happening through the chain in terms of the ups and downs of the different pathogens. And so we used a good old manual technique, the most probable number, or MPN technique, but in a miniaturised form, here with salmonella, but also with Campylobacter. And what was important here was that this actually started to give us a lead on how we could actually get reliable semi-quantitative detection of Campylobacter. And from there, and again back to the research industry linkage, we were able to collaborate with bioMérieux and their Tempo instrument, which automates the MPN technique, and co-develop a card for the detection of Campylobacter on that platform, with a view to that being used for semi-quantitative detection and enumeration of Campylobacter in a range of matrices, including matrices relevant to the poultry industry. So what I've done is taking you through a little bit of a rapid tour on a winding road, if you will, to suggest, of course, right now that enteropathogens are certainly not under control. We've still got a long way to go, whether it's the poultry industry or beyond, that clearly we need to continue to understand the host properties and demands, as well as the evolution of organisms. And I've pointed you to some of the factors that might be important in virulence, not only in the food host, but also ultimately in us. Touched on some of the control measures, including some of our research around competitive exclusion, and vaccination and so forth. And then also highlighted that we need to evolve analysis from the qualitative presence, absence, detection, non-detection to at least semi-quantitative or quantitative analysis. How much is there, and ideally how much of what is there, given that salmonellas ain't salmonellas. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Professor Michael Cox. May I kindly request to please remain on stage. Right now, we shall proceed to the question and answer part, but allow me to introduce our moderator for this session. Currently, he is the Associate Dean of the Graduate School, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and the Business Manager for PSM. Let me call on Dr. Ronilio Jose Flores. Dr. O'Neill.
Hello. Dr. Cox. Should I just shout? Okay. Thank you very much for bringing us into the wonderful world of enteropathogens, salmonella, and all of these different pathogens or that pose challenges to the poultry economy and poultry systems. We do have a lot of poultry as well, as you know, in the Philippines, and my family is one of them. We do have a poultry farm. But in the interest of time, I think we do have a time for one question from the audience. Please kindly raise your hand and I will go to you. Yes, Dr. Penular.
Good morning, Dr. Cox. Thank you for sharing the different researches that you have done in controlling SE in chicken, especially the hyper-virulent SEs. For example, you've presented your work on competitive exclusion, vaccination, phage therapy, and I think also immunotherapy. Now, I don't exactly remember the complete list that you presented earlier, but I don't seem to recall seeing chemotherapy as a strategy. So does that mean that in Australia, you no longer use antibiotics as prophylaxis for chickens? And then second question, if I may, do you have any work combining all of these methods? Because so far what you have presented are individual methods and then the results.
Yeah.
But have you tried combining them and see whether they would work against hypervirulent SE? Thank you.
Very good question. So if you didn't pick the question up, the first part was, for instance, are we using antimicrobial therapy in a prophylactic way in our poultry? The answer is no. So our government, and through particularly veterinary and food safety agencies, made a decision some time ago to ban prophylactic use. Even those agents that were seen as growth promotants as well as prophylaxis against the potential for infection. So antimicrobials can only be used in our poultry flocks now for therapeutic purposes. So you have to have a registered veterinarian make that decision that there is indeed an active infection in flocks, then they can be administered. And then of course there are withholding periods, whether we're talking egg production or chicken meat production. Of course, that decision has been made in the interest of protecting the utility of antimicrobials in relation to clinical medicine, so that we try to curb the rise of antimicrobial resistance. The second part was about integration of different methods, and I guess the simple answer to that is no, but we're certainly interested. I should have said, even with the vaccine work, just to highlight there, that the successful or the more successful vaccination regimes are still somewhat of an integration, because we actually use a combination of different vaccine types. So inactivated as well as genetically modified, well, genetically weakened, I should say, they're not modified as such, and also different routes of administration, so intramuscular and subcutaneous. And we find with that combination that we get more efficacious immunity. So certainly it points to the fact that if we could use other strategies as well, we're more likely to see, and absolutely I should have made the point at the end, that to probably meet the dream of enteropathogen-free poultry, we're going to need a range of strategies, from good biosecurity, really good biosecurity, all the way through to strategies at the bird. But as I said, interestingly, right at the start, with Denmark, Sweden, other countries, where they've implemented a range of strategies, we're still seeing a carriage rate. It's not zero again, 1 to 3%, but not zero. But thank you for the questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Penular. Thank you very much, Dr. Cox. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for some more questions, but luckily, Dr. Cox will be staying with us for the next, until tomorrow, I suppose.
Yeah.
And please do approach him if you have some questions, or visit the BioMira booth outside if you're interested in some of their products and some of their technologies. At this point, we'll proceed with the awarding of certificates.
Just while they're starting that up, I am happy to take questions. I love to talk, as you probably gathered. And if you'd like to talk over a beer, I'll talk more.
So reserve your slots. We'll just meet tonight at the bar. Okay. So we'll continue. Okay. So I'd like to read the citation. The Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Julian Michael Cox for having served as plenary speaker during the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated in cooperation with Trinity University of Asia with the theme Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity through Collaborations and Industry Linkages, given this 20th day of July 2023 at the Hilton Hotel, Manila. Signed, Howell T. Ho, President of PSM, and I shall go upstairs.
Thank you, Dr. Cox, Dr. Howell, and Dr. Flores. Now we shall proceed to one of the exciting part of our program. We shall proceed to the director's cut. AVP, please.
Our next program activity is the Director's Cut on Institutional Research in Microbiology. We invited different directors from various institutions in the Philippines who would share and showcase microbiology studies in their respective institutions. This session also opens avenues for networking and collaborations among Philippine microbiologists.
We are very grateful that we invited an institutional director from the University of San Agustin from Visayas and the president of Mariano Marcos State University from Northern Luzon. To moderate this session's open forum is Dr. Marian De Leon, liaison officer. Our first speaker is a pharmacist, microbiologist, and natural products chemist, studies microbial marine invertebrate and plant natural products for drug discovery. She earned a PhD in microbiology from the University of New South Wales. She obtained a postdoctoral fellowship to study marine natural products chemistry at UC San Diego. She conducted drug discovery research at University of British Columbia, Vancouver, Canada, and Washington State University, Pullman, Washington, USA. In June 2015, she returned to the Philippines as a DOST balik scientist to launch a natural products drug discovery research program at the Center for Chemical Biology and Biotechnology in University of San Agustin. She is a pioneering scientist studying the biodiversity, biological activity, and chemistry of marine sediment-derived actinobacteria or bacteria sa buhangin from the Philippine archipelago to find new antibiotics and combat drug-resistant pathogenic bacteria. Her research team searched marine sediment samples from various Philippine islands for promising antibiotic-producing actinobacteria. Her microbial biobank for drug discovery research at C2B2 in Iloilo City contains approximately 3,000 marine sediment-derived actinobacteria isolates. Moreover, her laboratory collaborates with industries to transform natural products from plant sources into commercially viable products and technologies. Our first speaker publishes in top journals. Her publication had almost 3,394 citations. She discovered 20 marine antibiotics and anti-cancer molecules. She holds 3 U.S. antibiotic and anti-cancer patents. Her research, publications, and inventions earned her several awards. She is the current and founding director of the University of San Agustin Center for Chemical Biology and Biotechnology. She is a Philippine Academy of Microbiology diplomate. Her research is funded by Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, National Research Council of the Philippines, Department of Science and Technology, USAID STRIDE Program, and University of San Agustin. Without further ado, I would like to call Dr. Doralinda Lisay with a presentation title, Turning Discovery into Impact, Translating Basic Research for Transformative Applications in Natural Drug Discovery and Biotechnology.
The value of research extends far beyond academic circles, as its true power is unleashed when findings are translated into practical applications that address real-world challenges and drive positive change. Good morning. My name is Doralinda Lisay, the founding and current director of the University of San Agustin Center for Chemical Biology and Biotechnology, or C2B2. Today, I am going to share our story of translating basic research for transformative applications in natural drug discovery and biotechnology. The inception of C2B2 can be traced back to the year 2015, wherein myself and my colleague, Dr. Junel Saludes, returned to the Philippines subsequent to our research endeavors in the United States. Recognizing the scarcity of research opportunities within our region, specifically Iloilo Province, we have undertaken the task of utilizing our extensive knowledge in the fields of microbiology, organic chemistry, chemical biology, and natural products to explore unexplored paths of scientific investigation. The main focus of our research was centered on investigating the potential of bacteria and other microorganisms as viable sources of pharmaceutical compounds. This particular field of study has not been extensively explored in the Philippines at that time. In the pursuit of furthering the scientific community in the Philippines and exerting a substantial impact in the field of chemical biology and biotechnology, our team embarked on a research expedition to the Gigantes Islands of Carles, Iloilo in 2016. During this scientific expedition, we acquired samples of buhangin, which refers to marine sand or sediments, and these samples were then carefully transported to our laboratory for thorough analysis. To our profound amazement, we encountered many microorganisms manifesting antibiotic characteristics. The subsequent stages of our investigation were predicted upon the initial findings, which substantiated our hypothesis that Iloilo possesses favorable conditions for the habitation of antibiotic-producing bacteria. After receiving a modest seed grant from the University of San Agustin, we embarked on the task of formulating a comprehensive grant proposal with the aim of acquiring external funding. These endeavors sought to emphasize the immense possibilities inherent in our research pursuits. And in 2017, the proposal put forth to the National Research Council of the Philippines was granted, consequently ensuring the acquisition of a significant 3-year grant. The aforementioned occurrence marked the initiation of the Center for Chemical Biology and Biotechnology, in which I undertook the position as the founding director. After its establishment, the C2B2 promptly initiated a sequence of expeditions encompassing the geographical range of Batanes to Mindanao, amassing a multitude of bacterial organisms flourishing within the marine sediment of the Philippine archipelago. Our research group has emerged as the pioneering researchers in the Philippines with specific emphasis on bacteria isolated from marine sediment, commonly known as bacteria sa buhangin in colloquial terms. We employed methodology that transcended mere bacterial identification and utilizes the intricate domains of genomics, metabolomics, chemical biology, and natural products chemistry. The inauguration of C2B2 and its affiliated research center, CND3, took place on July 13, 2018. Under the office of the DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. The research centers are equipped with a total of 6 laboratories, specifically microbiology, chemistry, molecular biology, cell culture laboratory, mass spectrometry laboratory, and molecular diagnostics laboratory. Additionally, 2 new laboratories were recently established, namely the MALDI Imaging Mass Spectrometry Laboratory and the Nuclear Magnetic Resonance Laboratory, and these new additions were officially inaugurated last May 24, 2022 by DOST Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. The University of San Agustin serves as the host institution for the Tuklas Lunas Center in Region 6, which is dedicated to the exploration of bacteria sa buhangin as potential reservoir for novel antibiotics and anti-cancer compounds. In addition to the study of bacteria sa buhangin, the C2B2 and CND3 have initiated an investigation into the natural products derived from agricultural commodities. Specifically, our focus lies on exploring the potential of functional foods such as pineapple, turmeric, tawa-tawa, honey, and kajos. These research initiatives receive financial assistance from various funding sources, including grants acquired from the Department of Science and Technology, the National Research Council of the Philippines, the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, and the United States Agency for International Development. In today's rapidly evolving world, collaboration between academia and industry has become increasingly critical. The convergence of knowledge, research, and practical applications creates a dynamic synergy that drives innovation, economic growth, and societal progress. Over the course of the past 5 years, C2B2 and CND3 have successfully forged robust, collaborative relationships with various industry partners, specifically Maridon Industries Incorporated, Pharma-Galanex Innovations, Herbanex Industries, and Del Monte Philippines Incorporated. By what means did we achieve this? The establishment of an academic-industry partnership necessitates a methodical and forward-thinking approach for both the academe and industry partner. There are 8 crucial steps to make it successful, and I'm sharing this with you. Number 1, identifying common objectives. 2, building relationships. 3, defining roles and responsibilities. 4, developing memorandum of understanding. 5, collaborative projects. 6, funding resource allocation. 7, communication and regular updates. And 8, evaluation and continuous improvement. It is critical for both academia and industry to proactively identify and align their shared goals and objectives, fostering a collaborative environment that enables fruitful partnerships. This encompasses various ways, such as research and development, talent acquisition, transfer technology, or tackling industry-specific challenges. In our case, our industry partners and our research centers shared a goal of how to improve health outcomes through research and development and technology transfer. Fostering robust relationships between academia and industry is of paramount importance. This can be effectively achieved by leveraging the power of networking events, conferences, seminars, and workshops, wherein distinguished representatives from both sectors can synergistically engage, fostering a dynamic exchange of ideas and propelling the exploration of promising collaboration prospects. We involve our industry partners right from the start, right from the planning stage of research and development. Establishing strong personal connections and fostering unwavering trust are paramount for cultivating prosperous partnerships. Establishing clear roles and responsibilities is paramount in fostering a culture of effective collaboration. Academic institutions possess a wealth of research expertise, granting them unparalleled access to cutting-edge specialized equipment and a remarkable pool of exceptionally talented researchers. Our industry partners, on the other hand, will bring forth invaluable practical knowledge and present to us the real-world challenges that push our boundaries, generously providing funding to fuel our growth and offer us access to various resources that empower us to achieve greatness. By clearly delineating these roles and responsibilities, we were able to optimize and enhance the efficiency of our collaborative efforts with our industry partners. In order to solidify our partnership, it is critical that we engage in the development of memorandum of understanding. These MOUs serve as formal means to delineate the terms, the objectives, and commitments that will govern collaborative efforts. These meticulously crafted documents serve as an unequivocal roadmap of our partnership, encompassing vital aspects such as intellectual property rights, seamless data sharing, funding arrangements, and well-defined timelines. Joint research projects, technology development initiatives, and knowledge-sharing programs form the bedrock of academic and industry partnerships. It fosters synergistic endeavors and it propels innovation. We must ensure that these projects are meticulously defined, encompassing precise objectives, tangible deliverables, and well-structured timelines. Collaborative projects empowered us to strategically deploy our expertise towards tackling real-world challenges, while simultaneously enabling our industry partners to harness the profound reservoir of academic research and insights to propel innovation forward. Funding sources encompass a wide array of possibilities ranging from government grants to lucrative industry sponsorships, and not to mention the generous support of philanthropic organizations. It is critical to explore the synergistic potential of these options in order to maximize financial prowess. It is important that we establish transparent and unequivocal agreements pertaining to funding mechanisms, intellectual property ownership, and revenue sharing from the very outset. This proactive approach will safeguard against potential conflicts that may arise in the future. Effective and consistent communication characterized by openness and transparency is of utmost importance throughout our collaborative endeavor. Regularly scheduled meetings, timely progress updates, and seamless sharing of results are paramount in fostering and sustaining optimum engagement and guaranteeing unwavering alignment between academia and industry. It is critical that both parties engage in active knowledge exchange and diligently offer feedback to optimize the outcomes of partnership. It is important to conduct regular evaluations to assess the partnership's progress, outcomes, and impact. This comprehensive evaluation facilitates the identification of both strengths and weaknesses, as well as pinpointing areas that require improvement. It is imperative to collect and leverage feedback from all stakeholders in order to optimize the partnership and maximize its efficacy in the long run. The scientific pursuits undertaken by C2B2 and CND3 extended beyond the realm of mere publications, as we actively endeavored to attain concrete outcomes. By means of synergistic collaborations with industry partners, a novel array of commercial products has been formulated, harnessing the potent bioactive components from natural resources. HANEL, a honey wound gel effective for burns, diabetic cuts and sores, and skin infections. Tawa-Tawa effervescent tablet for dengue. Turmeric latte, containing a recent discovery of turmeric antioxidant peptides. And the newly launched product Skivius, a formulation for skin infections caused by Streptococcus pyogenes, Micrococcus luteus, and multi-drug resistant Staphylococcus aureus. These products exemplify the adeptness of C2B2 and CND3 in translating scientific investigations into marketable commodities. In summary, the significance of academic-industry partnership cannot be overstated. These collaborations have the power to revolutionize education, fuel innovation, address societal challenges, drive economic growth, and foster lifelong learning. By bridging the gap between academia and industry, we create a powerful force that combines intellectual rigor, practical expertise, and a shared commitment to progress. To fully unlock this partnership potential, the academe and industry must actively nurture and invest in such partnerships, recognizing their pivotal role in shaping a brighter future for individuals, industries, and societies as a whole.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doralyn S. Delisay, for that very inspiring presentation. Mapapasana all ka, di ba? So, with the request of our speaker, Dr. Delisay, we will be having the open forum immediately after her presentation because Dr. Delisay has to leave at 12 noon. So we will only be entertaining 1 to 2 questions from our participants on-site and via online. Who would like to, by the way, may we request Dr. Delisay? Doc, would you like to stay on stage? Okay, Dr. Delisay will be staying here with me. Okay, first question from the audience. Dr. Pantua, would you like to? Okay.
Kumusta po? Excellent work by you and your husband. One of the questions, I think it's first is a comment. I think it's a little bit technical. You've been trying to get bacteria and bioactive compounds from marine sand. I think that's an excellent idea because getting it from soil is not the way to do it anymore because I don't think you're going to get anything novel anymore from the soil. But my question is have you ever found anything novel? At least for antibacterial candidate. And number 2, have you considered looking at both non-culturable and culturable bacteria? Because a lot of times the bioactive compounds can be found only on non-culturable bacteria.
Thank you very much for that question, Dr. Pantua. Talking about novelty and what we do. So at the moment, we have novel organisms, novel species that we have already identified that has a very unique biosynthetic gene clusters that has a unique chemical entity on that. I cannot reveal these compounds to you because this is under the intellectual property that we have at the moment. And so our target are multi-drug resistant escape pathogens. And we are not just looking for one species. We have a lot of several novel species in our lab that we do the whole genome sequencing and mining for biosynthetic gene clusters and also complementing it with metabolomics so that we are not just guided by the bioassay activity, but also the chemistry that it produced. So I agree with you, looking at the soil in terrestrial there's a very low chance of getting new or novel scaffolds, unlike in a novel ecological niche that what we are doing, for example, marine sediments that is under the subfloor, or the marine floor is something that we are looking at the moment. So second question, looking for culturable and unculturable microorganisms. We are not looking yet for the unculturable, but that is in the pipeline. What we are doing right now is looking for novel actinobacteria, because that's what our lab can do at the moment, but looking at the metagenomics of the soil that we can get, and then look into some important genes that can be part of the biosynthetic gene cluster. That is something that we are also considering in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pantua and Dr. Delisay. Doc, can we still accommodate
Yes,
one more
yes.
question? One last question from Dr. Penul.
Good morning, Dr. Delisay. Thank you very much. The video presented was truly inspiring, and we appreciate all the efforts that the University of San Agustin is doing to translate research into practical and marketable products. And in your video, you have explained thoroughly the importance of collaboration and sustaining these collaborations. But my question, probably for the benefit of myself and maybe for some other participants, would be the challenges that you encountered at the initial step of doing research and translating it into the products that you have shared with us. That would probably be benefit myself and maybe other people here. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a very good question. Mostly all of us here are academics. We do research for academic exercise. Thesis ng undergrad, thesis ng masters and PhD students. And so most of the time, our direction is more cloistered. This is our work. We are not going to share it with everyone. But we have to transform that. We have to change that. What we do in our lab, for example, the CADJOS project, was a undergrad thesis ng mga estudyante ko. We screened a lot of beans in Iloilo. And there are about 20 beans na na-screen namin, munggo, green and yellow. And then when we screened that, isa lang na beans yung merong antibacterial activity, and that is CADJOS. And during the time, I do not want it to be in a hardbound book ng thesis ng estudyante. And so it's just so happened that we have a partnership with local pharmacy industry, the Maridan Industries and Galen-X Innovations, that I opened up the opportunity to them. I said, I have here something that is founded in good basic science. I have the information. Can you transform this in an innovative product? And so dun, from the start, nag-isip kami, we had a meeting, how are we going to transform that basic research into an innovative product? And for the last 2 years, we've been working together from the isolation of that active antibiotic into the formulation of that serum and solution antibiotic products. And yun nga, yung July 13 na-release siya, and it's an FDA-approved product. And so, ang masasabi ko, please go out of your laboratory, go out of your offices, and seek help sa ating industry. Alam mo, sila din, they are also hesitant to come to us dahil magagaling tayo. Kung sa Ilonggo pa yan, madamo nga maalam, matatalino kasi. No, kasi so they're kind of hesitant, no? Kasi they are more of the business side. And so doon yung malaking gap. There should be a bridge between the academe and in the industry. And we demonstrated that we could really create a bridge to meet halfway. Kaya yun nga sabi ko sa presentation ko, if you have if you're listening, one thing is to build relationship. Your currency, your relationship currency in transforming your basic research into innovative product is much more important than your intellectual currency. And so you have to gain that. And I think the trust between the academe and industry, hindi pwede na, amin ito, intellectual property dito sa amin. Kung may revenue man lahat dito sa university or sa nag-invent. No. That's why from the very beginning, you have to talk how many % of the royalty and revenue will go to the inventors, to the university and industry. And lahat po yan is through constant meeting. So, yan po yung take-home message ko. Please meet them halfway because we can create more innovative products from the basic research that we do in the lab. Maraming salamat po.
Very well said, Dr. Delisay. So at this point, let me call on the President, Dr. Howell Ho, to help me award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Delisay. But let me first read the citation. The Philippine Society for Microbiology awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Doralyn S. Delisay for being one of the speakers in the Director's Cut during the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the PSM in cooperation with Trinity University of Asia, with the theme Microbiology for Unity and Prosperity through Collaboration and Industry Linkages, signed by Dr. Howell Ho. Sir Howell? So we hope next PSM annual convention we can get free samples of Dr. Delisay's products. So again, congratulations to Dr. Delisay. We will still have our presentation from Dr. Shirley Agrupis during lunch. Thank you.
Our second speaker is a full-fledged professor and president of Mariano Marcos State University. A seasoned and published academician, researcher, and public servant, our second speaker has won a number of awards at the regional, national, and international level. Her sterling leadership is widely recognized. She is the recipient of the prestigious IZN Leadership Awards from the Commission on Higher Education. 2021, Joscoro L. Umali Medal, Outstanding Science Administrator Award from the National Academy of Science and Technology, Philippines. And the 2019 William B. Darr Research Leadership Award given by the Philippine Association of Research Managers. In 2021, she was awarded as Outstanding Alumna of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She was also a regional winner for the Presidential Lingkod Bayan 2020 Search for Outstanding Government Workers by the Civil Service Commission and was awarded as Most Outstanding Ilocano 2019 for varied achievements as an educational leader that helped uplift the life of Ilocanos. She is currently the president of Association of State Colleges and Universities, Solid North, vice president for Luzon of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, and member of the Board of Trustees of the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines. As university president, she steered MMSU to be ranked 401st to 600th in the 2022 Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, a 3-star university in the QS Stars rating system, and ISO certified in all processes. Most recently, MMS was ranked among the top 50 universities in 3 categories of the World Universities with Real Impact Rankings. Number 4 in Industrial Revolution, number 36 in Industrial Application, and number 49 in Crisis Management, and ranked 101 to 200 overall. Likewise, MMSU obtained Level 3 institutional accreditation from the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines and was awarded bronze level in the program to institutionalize meritocracy and excellence in human resource management of the Civil Service Commission. Our second speaker's strategic focus on internationalization expanded MMSU's global influence through increased international linkages and mobility of faculty and students, and led its successful adaptation into the new normal as a smart university amid the COVID-19 pandemic. As a research project leader, she steered various research projects on bioethanol, which eventually paved the way for the establishment of the National Bioenergy Research and Innovation Center at MMSU. Without further ado, I would like to call on Dr. Shirley C. Agrupis.
Good day to everyone. For the longest time, the thing that is closest to my heart is here. And I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Philippine Society of Microbiology Incorporated, especially to the PSM President, Dr. Howell Ho, and to the Secretariat Committee for giving me a slot at the Director's Cut session, and for lovingly and patiently waited for my abstract and other documents. I am very happy to present to you the beautiful science journey of our NIPA bioethanol microorganism, or NIPA. Through in situ basic research with limited resources and facilities, our NIMO research project was our formidable backup for the establishment of the now National Bioenergy Research and Innovation Center. The biofuel program of MMSU started a decade and a half ago and is anchored on the challenges of the Biofuel Act of 2006, which basically centered on the reduction of the use of fossil fuel, use of sugar feedstocks, other sugar feedstock that does not create issue on food versus fuel, and of course centered on the integration of community in the biofuel industry. To help address above challenges, we explored and implement the MMSU Community Participatory Research Development and Extension Systems. This is in contrast to the conventional up-down linear process of technology generation, transfer, utilization pathway. With CPRDE model, we assessed and diagnosed the current state of the NIBA Lambanog technology in partnership with the NIPA community. We explored technology options that address science gaps in the farmers' traditional NIPA winery practices, sustained local innovations by facilitating multi-perspective negotiation and conflict management, community engagement, and strengthen local partnership. We deploy technology, pilot, and immerse our community. We also implement technology management and extension through training, technology fora, and intensive project monitoring and evaluation. And finally, scaling up the result of our basic researches, both in situ and in depot, through reverse engineering of the skyscraper fermentation and distillation facilities, through project development and commercial engagement with the mainstream bioethanol industry. The successful outcome of the MMSU NIPA bioethanol program in NIPA communities through our CPRD model has led to a number of basic scientific studies on the nature of Nipa indigenous microorganism as fermenting agent in other sugar feedstocks and for other industrial applications. Why Nipa? It is a mangrove species. It contains sugar, 10 to 20% sugar, as high as the sugar content of the sugarcane juice. It contains 85% fermentable sugar to ethanol. And there's no need of yeast because they are naturally fermenting. Because they are naturally growing, it creates more food versus fuel issue. It also grows well in parallel with the Sylvie aquaculture project of the community. In terms of processability, between nipa sap and the sugarcane juice, it it cut short the process. Using the traditional sugarcane juice, you have to undergo 4 steps before you produce the ethanol. For nipa sap, it's a naturally fermenting. After 7 days, you distill it to produce the biofuel grade ethanol. In terms of potential of nipa, in comparison with other feedstock for bioethanol production, based on studies, and it is proven in seminal studies that we conducted, NIPA gives higher yield of fuel grade ethanol compared to other feedstock. With basic researches and application of microbiological techniques, two Nipah indigenous yeasts were successfully isolated and identified from naturally fermenting Nipah sap. One strain, this is the center of our work in the laboratory, started by our MS students in UPLB, JP. One strain, which we call it YMU1, possess good fermentation characteristics, and the other strain, C3, showed tolerance to stress conditions. These NIPA yeast were subjected to screening assays and fermentation performance and growth kinetic tests using molasses-based medium as basis for the development as a starter culture for bioethanol production. Reference strain, thank you to the UPLB Biotech, PNCM Biotech 2030, and commercial baker's yeast serve as the positive controls. Stress exclusion and temperature tolerance tests showed that all isolates could withstand series of stress and was capable of adapting to extreme conditions. Fermentation experiment reveals Nipah yeast, the YMU1 strain, dominated the reference strain, and commercial baker's yeast with an ethanol yield of 77.55 gram per liter and 0.84 ethanol yield coefficient. Nipah yeast YMU1 showed a specific growth rate of 0.043 per hour higher than the other strains. The remarkable characteristics of the Nipa yeast in screening and fermentation assays experiment significantly indicates their potentiality as a starter culture for bioethanol production using other sugar feedstock. The biggest milestone brought by NIMO is its powerful inspiration to our students and faculty to get interested in the world of microbiology. Also, another gain that we have from our NEMO project at MMSU is the building and expansion of a strong partnership with 9 state university and colleges across the nation, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and expansion of linkages with agencies and the establishment of the National Bioenergy Research and Innovation Center. This is the NIPA indigenous microorganism or NIMO through the years. But there is more than that. May I use the remaining time of my slot to show you more NIMO in the development of our bioethanol technologies at MMSU, and it is my high hope that it will serve as an inspiration to our young microbiologists, budding researchers, that absence of facilities should not stop us from dreaming big as long as we have the big thing in mind, then let us continue doing what we love to do. And I show you in the next video how Nemo prove that science worked for the people during the pandemic. Let me take the rest of the time slot that you were given to me to show you this 8-minute video to complete my 15 minutes slot. Again, I reiterate, thank you very much.
The bioethanol project at MMSU started with an ambitious research project to produce bioethanol from cellulosic biomass. They knew it was ambitious, others thought it was quixotic. Inspired by the good result of ethanol analysis from ITDI, the MMSU bioethanol team optimistically demonstrated the first trial run on 20% MMSU hydrous bioethanol as a gasoline blend, proving its concept to run gasoline cars and motorcycles on par with the commercial blend. To further demonstrate the quality of the bioethanol from NIPA, in 2012, the blend was used for road testing all the way to the city of Baguio, Taguig, and Isabela from Ilocos Norte. The successful demonstration of bioethanol as biofuel blend to the public in 2010 spurred its momentum for LGU engagements and eventually a successful community deployment of 150-liter and 850-liter capacity village-scale bioethanol distilling facilities in Pamplona, Cagayan, and Bugalyon, Pangasinan. From the initial support of the USAID STRIDE, PhilRice, and the Department of Energy to the university, the bioethanol research project has developed simple technologies that are both adaptable and adoptable at the village level to allow farmers full participation in the vertical integration in the biofuel industry. These milestones of the bioethanol projects serves as the strong justification to establish a bioenergy research center, the National Bioenergy Research and Innovation Center, which became one of the banner research programs at MMSU. The National Bioenergy Research and Innovation Center addresses the goal for sustainability and clean energy by serving as a dynamic hub for research, training, extension, and technopreneurship on bioenergy. It is the lead agency in developing a paradigm of green energy through bioenergy in cooperation with 8 other SUCs and several government agencies. Enberic researchers have generated novel protocols and processes for the production of biofuel from NIPA, a climate-resilient feedstock that does not compete with the acreage of food crop production. Using these protocols, we have successfully produced thousands of liters of ethanol, which was turned over to our industry partner for further processing. Integrating Industry 4.0 technologies, Enberic researchers have come up with improved apparatus for reflux distillation of hydrous ethanol, which employ more advanced engineering mechanisms than traditional distillers to ensure optimum ethanol recovery and longer useful life for the facility. The distillers offer convenient and economical community-based technology that will capacitate adopters in the production of ethanol. Researchers have also developed a solar-powered controller and a gasifier generator set using rice husk as feedstock. One of the promising outputs is the isolation of 4 yeast strains from fermenting NIPA sap, which are capable of enhancing the rate of producing ethanol under conditions suitable for fermentation, one of which demonstrated tolerance to acid and high temperature. Furthermore, as the lead institution among 7 SUCs for the National Greening Project, Enberic have established NIPA plantations in Cagayan and identified potential areas in Cagayan, Ilocos Norte, and Pangasinan. We are currently undertaking seedling production to rehabilitate and expand NIPA plantation to serve as sustainable feedstock for bioethanol production. Through years of research, MMSU Enberic has been able to develop proprietary research-based products such as fermentation and distillation technologies for the production of high-grade 95% bioethanol from various feedstocks. These technologies were deployed and has been used by the communities. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, MMSU's bioethanol production technology proved how science worked for the people. These technologies were used for the production of 70% alcohol to meet the need of sanitizers and disinfectants as a way to curb the spread of the disease. This is MMSU and Barrick's journey for renewable and green energy and our commitment through the years.
Our next program of activity is the conferment ceremony of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology. Let us call the Marshal of the Processional March and PAM Secretary, Dr. Jessica S. Simbahan.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the candidate for conferment of diplomate, Dr. Rosemary Gutierrez. The candidate for conferment of fellow, Dr. Lucille Villegas. The diplomates, Diplomate Joel Cornista, Dr. Ronnie Kalugay, Dr. Bernadette Mendoza, Dr. Gina Dedeles, Dr. Ursela Bigol, Diplomate Eleanor Glesa, Diplomate Irene Papa, Dr. Donna May Papa, Dr. Pierangeli Vital, Dr. Leslie Dalmasio, Dr. Francisco Elegado. The PAM Fellows, Dr. Milagrosa Martinez Gos, Dr. Agnes Zamora, the Certification Board, headed by Dr. Esperanza Cabrera, Chair. Dr. Windel Rivera, the Council of Regents, Recording Secretary, Dr. Sharon Yvette Angelica Y. Villanueva. Angelina, sorry. Council of Regents Auditor, Dr. Maria Auxilia Siringan. Council of Regents Treasurer, Dr. Veronica Migo. Council of Regents Vice Chair, Dr. Franco Teves. Council of Regents Chair, Dr. Ena Bernal. Also joining us online is Dr. Asuncion Raimundo. She is a member of the certification board.
Dear colleagues, you may be seated. Colleagues, I bid you welcome. The Philippine Academy of Microbiology is a collegial body composed of microbiologists who have been rigidly selected based on their approved academic qualifications and experience in the field of microbiology. This has one of its important objectives, the creation of an awareness among the people, the government, and the private entities on the present role of the microbiologist, not only in the field of research, but its importance in the daily needs of the rural and urban population. However, the main objective is to emphasize the importance and significance of microbiology in man's daily existence. It also aims to develop and maintain a high standard of practice in the field of microbiology. For the attainment of these objectives and its efforts to serve microbiology and biosphere, the Academy seeks to bind more closely the members of the profession. In its roster, therefore, should be found the leaders in the field of microbiology. The Academy sets a very high standard in its membership. It differs from the ordinary societies in the fact that its doors can only be opened to candidates who meet the standards set by the certification board of the Academy. To have a part in the Academy, you should be highly esteemed and should impress upon you your obligations to maintain the high standards of character and dedication which has hitherto distinguished your progress. He or she who spends himself in worthy and unselfish endeavor is sure to attain fullest fruition and greatness. We accept as a goal worth striving for in cooperative endeavors with other professions the attainment of the well-being of the community, whether local or global. May I call on the Vice Chair, Dr. Franco G. Teves, to explain the conferment ceremony.
To emphasize the collegial and academic character of the Academy is the ceremony of conferment. All successful candidates must wear the appropriate academic costume of the Academy. The cap and hood are distinctive for the specialty of microbiology. When the hood is placed over the shoulders of the candidate, it signifies the conferment of the title diplomate or fellow in microbiology. The ceremony of acceptance and conferment in our academy is solemn and tempered with academic rituals. It serves to emphasize that the process of learning and imparting our experience to future colleagues is an endless task. By no ritualism nor symbolism do we wish to cloud the great central thought that we stand for: integrity in microbiology.
Madam Chair of the Certification Board, can you please vouch for the qualifications of the candidates?
Madam Chair, these candidates have been thoroughly screened and have met the standards for conferment. In addition, they are vouched for by their worthy colleagues as being persons of sound character and integrity.
The Secretary will now call on each of the candidates to the stage for the conferment and their diploma.
May I introduce to you the candidates for conferment of diplomate, Dr. Rosemary Gutierrez. Dr. Rosemary Gutierrez is currently a professor of biology at the University of the Philippines, Baguio. She has been teaching microbiology in UP Baguio since 1994. She has been mentoring several undergraduates since 2007, as well as graduate students under the MS Conservation and Restoration Ecology Program. She has also headed and undertaken research projects in microbiology since she was employed in UP Baguio in November 1994. She has published peer-reviewed scientific articles in Web of Science and Scopus Index journals and was awarded the best paper in the International Conference on Sustainability Development of Water and Energy, ICSDWE 2020. Her sponsors are Dr. Ronnie Kalugay and Dr. Veronica Migo. They will now put the hood and the cap on Dr. Gutierrez. Sa kabilang side. Kabila. Okay. Diyan lang. May I introduce to you the candidate for conferment of Fellow, Dr. Lucille C. Villegas. Her sponsor is Dr. Agnes Zamora. Dr. Lucille C. Villegas is currently Professor 4 of the Microbiology Division, Institute of Biological Sciences, College of Arts and Sciences, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. For the past 17 years, she has been teaching several microbiology courses, including general microbiology, virology, microbial genetics, dairy microbiology, microbial toxins, determinative bacteriology, microbial transformation, and soil microbe-plant interactions at UP Los Baños. She has been mentoring undergraduate students in microbiology and graduate students, MS and/or PhD in microbiology, molecular biology and biotechnology, environmental science and soil science / soil microbiology. Her research interests include beneficial microorganisms, microbial biotechnology, microbial genomics, and viruses. She has published 27 scientific articles in peer-reviewed Web of Science or Scopus Index journals and presented more than 40 oral and poster papers in scientific conferences. Some of the awards she received include the following: Outstanding Young Scientist, awarded by the National Academy of Science and Technology Philippines, NASTPhil, in 2009. Outstanding Scientific Paper, awarded by NASTPhil in 2010. Best Poster Paper Co-Author, awarded by Mycological Society of the Philippines in 2010. Best Oral Paper Co-Author, awarded by the second IGCAB 2018, which is International Conference on Green Agro-Industry and Bioeconomy. Best Paper Senior Category Co-Author, awarded by the Philippine Society of Soil Science and Technology in May 2023. One UP Professorial Chair Award in Microbiology for Outstanding Teaching and Research 2019 to 2021 and 2022 to 2024. UP Centennial Faculty Grant. She served as Deputy Director of the Institute of Biological Sciences, UP Los Baños, from June 2015 to May 2021, and OIC Director of IBS UPLB in January to July 2021. She also served as head of the Microbiology Division, IBS UPLB, in 2010. She was a member of the Philippine Society for Microbiology National Board from August 2016 to July 2022, and serving as representative of the Agricultural Microbiology Division. She was conferred diplomate by the Philippine Academy of Microbiology in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, to award the, to place her cap and vest, Dr. Zamora. Okay na. Ma'am, okay na. Ikaw maina. Ma'am, kayo lang. Madam Chair and fellow microbiologists and guests, may I present to you the newly accepted diplomate, Dr. Rosemary Gutierrez, and the newly accepted fellow, Dr. Lucille Villegas. Please transfer your tassels to the left. Madam Chair will now administer the oath for diplomate and fellow.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name, having been certified as diplomate or fellow in microbiology of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology, of the Philippine Society for Microbiology, Inc., do hereby solemnly swear that I will do well and faithfully discharge my duties and obligations to the best of my ability, that I will support activities for the upliftment of the profession and for the protection of the rights and privileges of a PAM diplomate or fellow, that I will do my duty towards God, my country, and my fellow men. And lastly, that I impose upon myself the aforementioned obligations voluntarily and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. By the virtue of your qualifications and experience in the field of microbiology, and by your participation in the conferment ceremony, it is my privilege to welcome you as Diplomate and Fellow of the Philippine Academy of Microbiology and to the ranks as future leaders of our chosen specialty, hence to serve as example to our future colleagues. May your zeal ever burn bright for future generations to emulate. Congratulations.
This event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors and exhibitors of this year's convention. We will be sharing an audiovisual presentation prepared by Bioassets Corporation, and an open forum would follow afterwards.
Hi everyone. Welcome to S&T Spotlight, brought to you by Bioassets Corporation. Today, we will be highlighting a gram-negative, rod-shaped bacteria belonging to the family of Enterobacteriaceae, the Salmonella species. What's so interesting about these bacteria? Well, these are known to cause different foodborne diseases, like salmonellosis and severe systemic diseases, such as typhoid and paratyphoid fever in humans. According to WHO, Salmonella is 1 out of 4 global causes of diarrheal disease. As of August 2022, in Central Visayas alone, 1,045 cases of probable, suspected and confirmed typhoid fever were recorded, which mainly affected children 1 to 10 years of age. Salmonella outbreak has also been reported in other countries in Europe and USA last year. Indeed, Salmonella infection remains to be a public health concern. Food at high risk of contamination includes poultry products, meat and dairy products such as milk. So what do we do to mitigate the risks posed by Salmonella? According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, serotyping has been useful to help find the Salmonella outbreak and track them to their sources. Salmonella look alike under the microscope but can be separated into many serotypes based on their O and H antigen. With 2,600 serotypes, some of the serotypes can cause severe to long-term health consequences or death, especially to those group of people with high risk. There are different types of serotype identification method. First is the phenotypic method using Kaufman-White-Laminer. Serotype is determined by agglutination of the bacteria with specific antisera to identify variants of somatic O and flagella H antigens. Needs more than 150 specific antisera to confirm a serotype. Needs well-trained personnel for results interpretation. It is laborious that can cause delay in results. It gives false results depending on weak or non-specific agglutination. Second, serotyping based on O and H antigen loci using PCR-based methods. And, thirdly, the microarray-based method, such as check and trace Salmonella, a fast DNA technology that enables fast Salmonella serotyping. The advantages of check and trace Salmonella are the following. Confirms and detects the presence of Salmonella. No need for biochemical tests. Discriminates over 300 serotypes. For more information, you may contact us through the details below. Thank you so much for being with us today. See you once again on the next episode of S&T Spotlight. Bioassets, nurturing life, science, and innovation to serve the people.
Salmonella is one of the most common causes of foodborne diseases worldwide and is particularly present in birds. Poultry birds can be infected and show no signs of disease. It is estimated that millions of human cases occur worldwide every year, causing over 100,000 deaths. The incidence of Salmonella in humans led to the initiation of targeted control programs in poultry and became a costly occurrence for producers. The complete eradication of Salmonella from poultry production is an incredibly difficult goal. The combination of proper management, biosecurity, proper vaccination protocols can help to take steps in the right direction. Checkpoints can bring your control of Salmonella to a new level. This is already proven in practice. Some of the largest poultry exporters moved from more than 50% Salmonella to less than 5%. It is important to remember that not all Salmonella are the same. Serotyping allows you to focus on the Salmonella with the highest impact in your final product. Serotyping is therefore essential in any Salmonella reduction program to quickly differentiate Salmonella's present and to pinpoint the source of Salmonella in the chain. The unique check and trace Salmonella method can detect and discriminate over 300 Salmonella serotypes in 8 hours with a very simple workflow and objective results. More information, better action, better results. Check and trace Salmonella, your most essential tool in Salmonella reduction.
For more information, you may contact us through the details below. Bioassets.
Thank you, BioAssets Corporation. Again, if you have any questions or further inquiries about their products, you may visit their booth outside the ballroom. In addition, for Dr. Agrupi's online presentation earlier, currently she is on transit to Japan, but we will collate all questions from our attendees and we will forward to her directly. A few reminders. Just to remind everyone that the nomination for the new set of PSM Board of Directors is still open. You may still scan your QR code given to you at the table. Again, nominations will be accepted until 3 p.m. And enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, BioAssets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors. Join us as we celebrate the 52nd Annual Convention and Scientific Meeting of the Philippine Society for Microbiology Incorporated, powered by the unwavering support of our official partners, ESCO Philippines Incorporated, BU Maru. Our major sponsors, Bioassets Corporation, Diamed, Yana Commodities Incorporated, and a heartfelt acknowledgement to all our valued minor sponsors.
At this point of the event, now we will have a photo opportunity. May we call on in front the PSM board together with the PAM and MCP chair. Now may we invite to in front our PSM founders. Now may we invite our distinguished speakers and our PSM awardees. Now we invite to the front. Now may we invite our past PSM presidents. Again, may we request all past PSM presidents for a photo opportunity. Now may we invite the regional chapter presidents. Paging Dr. Lynn Rylos.
Paging Lynn Ralios. Please join us here, Dr. Ralios.
Now may we invite the members of each regional chapter. First from Northern Luzon, followed by Bicol, Visayas, and Mindanao.
We're calling our members from Northern Luzon. Lapit po tayo dito sa stage. Huwag po mahiya. Okay. Opo, ayan. Taas na lang po ng stage from our... Okay. Alam ko meron po dito sa kaliwa, nakita ko eh. Meron dyan. Northern Luzon members. Okay. Ayan si Ma'am Prima. Ayan. Ito. Oh. Alam, meron pa sa... Ay, and also Central Luzon, okay? Kasama po yung Northern Luzon Regional Chapter, which includes sa Central Luzon. Okay. Ano po sir? Okay.
Jessica. Uy! Kumabal po ako.
Now calling all Bicol Region Chap members, please come in front. Bicol Region members. Ikaw lang. Ay, sige.
Sa mga Bicol po nating members, kayo po. Ayan pa. Ayan. Mga from Bicol po, sa taas po ng stage. Ayan. Sa stage po tayo. Ayan. Sa stage po.
Now calling all Visayas members, please come in front. Ay, thank you.
Okay, dito ako.
Now calling all members from the Mindanao chapter. Again, calling all members from the Mindanao chapter. Now calling all members and participants from Southern Luzon, from Cavite, Laguna, Rizal, Batangas, Quezon, Mindoro, Marinduque, Palawan. Again, calling all members and participants from Southern Luzon, please go to the front for a photo opportunity. So members from in the stage, you can go here in front.
Yung mga bata-bata po, pwede po dito sa baba. Yung mga, the knees are, yung mga iba po, pwede po sa baba po, dito po sa baba. Yung iba po dito, pwede po baba, dito po sa ano. Opo. Ay, kasi po baka po bumagsak yung stage. Yun po yung ano natin. Okay. So, saan po dito po, baba na. Miss Kabigaw, bilis. Kaya dito po kayo. Pwede bang upo na lang po?
Konti lang.
Upo kay Sarah. Huwag kayo mahiya. Iha. Go. Diba? Nako. Gana. Oo, go, sir. Oh, go. Ayan. Oo. Ayaw makinig eh. Ayan. Si Jeremy. Ayun.
Bibitin ako dito. Oh my God. Sabihin mo kayo. Huwag ka dito. Oh.
Kilala ka na naman. Anda. Baba. Baba.
Now may we call in front all members and participants from NCR. Again, call Hello, hello. Hello. Again, calling all members and participants from NCR for a photo op in front.
Hello? Ay mga NCR po, kay from UST po, nakikita ko po nakaupo pa rin kayo. Sabi po ni Ma'am Donna. Okay po. From NCR. Ayan. Yung iba po, sa baba po, yung mga bata-bata po, mga bata-bata. Oo. Kayo na, ma'am, mga bata-bata po, ma'am. Kayo po. Kayo po. Ay, dito na kayo. Ayan, dito na. Ay, if you can occupy it. Dito po.
And now calling all former students and advisees of Dr. Ida Dalmasio, please go in front for a photo opportunity with your former educator. Again, calling all former students and advisees of Dr. Ida Dalmasio, please go in front for a photo opportunity. Again, paging all former students and advisees of Dr. Ida Dalmasio, please go in front for a photo opportunity.
Calling Dr. Noel Sabino, aminin mo na, halika, estudyante ka ni Mama, halika dito. Take one or take two or more daw.
calling all MCP, what do we call ourselves? Council members. Okay, kindly join us here for a photo op. MCP Council members. And then the reps will join us after the first, ano bang tawag doon? Shot. Ma'am Alayla and Ma'am Beth. How about the representatives from each region? Sino pa? HEI kasama pa? MCP HEI representatives? Opo. Ma'am Jamie, Ma'am Beth, Ma'am Ana from UPLB, and Ma'am Lucille.
Okay. So while the MCP will be taking their picture, I would like to enjoin our speakers, Dr. Cox and also Dr. Pantua, to join me and Dr. Ho for the ribbon cutting. So we also like to invite our members to witness the ribbon cutting at the back of the convention hall near the exhibitors and also poster presentation. We'll start in 2 minutes, okay? So please join us for the ribbon cutting. Thank you. And lastly, we would like to remind our participants that the nominations for the next PSM board for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 will close at 3 p.m. Make sure to nominate using the QR code found on your tables. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sa mic.
May we invite everyone to visit our exhibits from our various sponsors outside this hall, as well as you may start viewing the different posters, kaya poster submissions. So we hope that you'll enjoy reading all the posters outside, and as well, you will enjoy visiting the different booths. In 10 to 15 minutes, kaya we will start preparing the room. The hall will be divided into two sections. We will be having the hall A, okay, the hall B at the back, and we will prepare for the paper competing for this afternoon, both for the professional and non-professional category. Thank you. Dr. Sabino, come here.
afternoon, everyone. Once again, we would like to announce the best paper competition will start at around 2 p.m. May we request all presenters to get ready. There will be two halls. Hall A, this part, will be for the professional competing category. The hall at the back, that will be Hall B, will be for the non-professional category. We would also like to remind all members of PSM to please attend the business meeting and general assembly following the paper competition. Thank you.
Hindi, okay na yung ano, maglilipat ako ng wireless dun.